Good morning. Sorry, I am late. I am alternate Jer. Welcome to my channel. I've got my new glasses on. I can't tell if I'm blurry or if my channel's blurry. My camera's blurry. I think it's me. Good way to start the day. We'll go with the old ones. CVS glasses to the rescue. There we go. So, hope you guys are all doing well. Apparently, I'm just fogging up my glasses. Goodness gracious. Long time no see. Hope you guys got some rest last night. Thank you all for hanging out and joining us. I appreciate it. That was like my official first interview with somebody. And I told, not counting Carmen, live interview because Carmen did not go live. So, yeah, I was trying to keep up with all of you guys, and I really do apologize for not being able to get all your questions and your chats up. It was really hard to follow chat and listen and then come back and know what they were talking about. So I need to work on that and multitask better. But I do appreciate you guys again, 1000%. Thank you for showing up and being so good and asking great questions. And I think you were entertaining them as well. So they were reading chat for sure. He did say he would come back. I'm going to email them. I haven't had time this morning. But I will. Good heavens. So good morning, Roseanne. My glasses are fogging up. And Gabby and Stormy, good morning. Oh, it's a very short night, Adair. I didn't go to sleep till about 11:30, and my dogs were get up at 4. So that is their wake up time. That's my wake up time. So yes, very, very, very short night. So we're that. So we will finish it at some point, the Haley Brown trial that we started the other day. But I do want to, I want to watch this trial a little bit. It's Jose Ruiz. It's in Texas. And it's another bad parenting child. He is not the parent. He's the boyfriend of the mother. She's also involved. She has pled. She's going to testify against him. She's facing 45 years, up to 45 years. He's facing life. I listened to part of the opening arguments yesterday morning. They're kind of crazy. But listening to the state read the charges off, again, I don't understand. If you don't want a child or you can't take care of a child, there are a ton of people out there that will. So just get them somewhere safe and that can help get them placed in a home that does want them. I don't know, Stormy. I don't know. Again, I don't look at these. Oh, yeah. I did see that headline that he was yeah, that guy's a mess. And I've not even read anything except the little blurbs when I'm trying to find my videos. That guy is something. If everything is true and pans out. Again, I've not read a single thing about it. Just like I was telling Ty and Lauren last night, I want just to see what the jury sees and go from there. But I understand, Stormy, it's in your area. And so, of course, you're going to keep up on things. And did one thing start with a C and the next letter and the next word after it start with P? Because, it just irritates me. Figured. I figured. Just why? And I kind of go, hey, Hamilton, good to see you. Hope you had a good night last night. I was catching bits and pieces of that. So, Carmen, of course, called me this morning. That's why I'm running late again. And we laughed at that. You guys, some of your chat was I had 22 chats uh starred to go through. I just couldn't. I just couldn't. So my plan is obviously to send them an email and thank them both for joining us, letting her know if she ever wants to come on, you know, during his trial, because we are obviously friendlies and are supportive and are not going to, you know, be mean like other chats. Not anybody we know, but she has a place here. But I'm going to email them, thank them for coming on, and uh, I have just another idea to float out to him, and we'll see what they think about it, and then I'll let you guys know. So I saw that I knew she was doing that during the trial, Hamilton, um, and then I saw that uh, she had a hearing. I presumed that they would do that for her. It's been a while. Um, I have not looked at the video. The court video is horrible, Roseanne. Do I want to play it or I'm scared. He Yes, Adair. He is he's talks he's a strong personality. Um, he reminds me a lot of my brother-in-law, and but on the other side of that, I just wanted them to be able just to tell their story, just say what they wanted to say, and it was interesting. There's so I think we just got the tip of the iceberg of everything that they know. Obviously, they don't want to divulge everything now. Um, there's so there's so much um, going on, and not a good way. Not a good way. That should not be happening. Oh, okay. Yes, yes. Both cases are horrible. We have another one because people can't stop. So let me pull this up. This is in Judge Boyd's case, so I don't know if you guys are familiar with any of the judges um, that are on YouTube. I watch a lot of them. Every morning I watch Judge Middleton. If he's not on, I go to Judge Simpson. I love those judges. They remind me that there are good judges out there. They're fair, they're compassionate, they will put the hammer down when they need to, but they try really hard to not get people just tripped up and then stuck in the cycle of the legal system. And it's really refreshing to watch them do that. So that's kind of what I listen to in the morning. It just lets me know that there are places it's working. Um, yeah, Stormy, that would be nice. We would watch it. We would watch it. Okay, so again, this case is in Texas. It's Jose Ruiz. From what I was reading, just a little blurb of it yesterday, sounds like it took a while to get them here. They are here now. I think so. The blonde and you can't see the two other women that are sitting, or you can't see the middle one, and then the other reddish brown haired lady. I'm not good at describing people. You all know that. That's the state. And I want you to keep an eye on them during the defense's opening because I was surprised the judge did not say cut it out, but it got stupid. So he is charged with the unaliving of the 5-year-old Mercedes Losoya, I think is her last name. And we're going to hear some of the charges. You'll hear what some of the things they are charging them with. I assume the mother is facing the same charges. Again, she has pled, and we will hear from her during this trial. So this started yesterday in Texas, so we are just a day behind. And sorry. Yes, that is true. I don't know what they have. He had a hearing yesterday. I have not had time to hear it, listen to it. So I don't know. Carmen and I were talking about it this morning. It's really hard to get them to look at trials. All your appeals have to be exhausted. There's a lot of steps you have to go through to get them to even look at it. So they have to have something. But I don't know what it is. He was in court smiling, looked like. So when I was watching this yesterday, the audience, it's gonna look like you guys might be too young for this. Dare, maybe you're not. I don't know. I'm trying to look at your profile picture. I'm not trying to make a bad judgment call there. Do you remember the old kung fu movies where they would say something, you'd hear the audio, and then their mouths would move? That was happening on here yesterday. I can go to Judge Boyd's actual courtroom, but the view is different, and you can't see the state or the defense attorney, and you need to see the defense attorney when they're doing their openings because it's her camera, not this newsroom's camera. So maybe it'll be fixed today, but if it's not, that's why. It was so annoying, and I thought, oh, good, just another thing to not work. All right, you guys ready to start this stuff of horribleness? Should be starting with the end of her talking to the jury, and then we'll get to the state's charges.
As it relates to this particular case, so
Really low.
please raise your right hand for me, please. Do you and each of you
Hang on. If it's going to be that low, we're going to have an issue. I assume that was super, super low for you guys too. Or was it just on my end? I can't imagine it just being on my end.
please swear affirm in the case of the state of Texas versus Jose Angel Ruiz, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? All right, you may lower your hand. State.
True bill of indictment.
Yep.
In the name and by authority of the state of Texas.
Is that really, really low?
Jury of Garrett County, state of Texas, duly organized and handled and sworn as such at the May 3rd, AD 2022 of the 186th Judicial District Court of said county in said
Okay,
court
give me a
at
sec.
said term. To present and into said court that in the county and state aforesaid and interior to the presentment of this indictment, count.
It's so weird. I have everything turned up. I have it boosted. I had it boosted 1,000%, and I had it boosted 600%. If I could boost it 1,600%, I would. Which one? Hang on. Let me do something, and then you tell me which one is better. Number 1 or number 2?
1, paragraph A. On or about the 7th day of February 2022,
Is this one better?
Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Paragraph B. On or about the 7th day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to
number
Mercedes
one.
Losoya, a
There's
child who
number
was
two.
14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had assumed care, custody, and control of Mercedes Losoya and failed to do so, and that the defendant failed to seek adequate medical treatment for Mercedes Losoya. Count 2. On or about the 28th day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely hands, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily
Here's
injury,
number three.
and defendant did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by covering the mouth and nose of Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 3. On or about the 21st day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger,
You guys
by
aren't telling
striking
me.
Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant.
This one here? Okay.
Count 4. On or about the 23rd day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by pinching Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 5.
Here, let me try this. Oh, no, don't say that, Adair. Give me a sec. Let me try the other court feed. This one's going to look different, but let's try it and see what happens. No, there was a number 3, Gabby. All right, we'll try this one. This is number 1. I know they're just kind of sitting down.
Yeah, we just need to bring the whole file down. Do you want me to bring your? Yeah.
Oh, did you already tell them that you're ready for them?
This is number 1.
Okay.
This is number 2.
All right. Okay.
I mean, I think.
All right, we're going to go on the record.
Whee! That was loud in my ear.
Court is calling 2022 CR 4248A, State of Texas versus Jose Angel Ruiz. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell, Marissa Giovanco, and Allie Jackson for the state.
For the defense?
Teresa Connolly,
the
Renee
one?
Munoz, and Lorraine Efron.
Stormy,
All
I'll
right,
get rid of
are
your
you
heart.
Mr. Ruiz? All right, you may have a seat. All right, so off the record, my understanding, defense, you've served the defense counsel?
The state.
I'm sorry, the state?
Defense counsel served Brittany Mitchell with a subpoena for a copy of, not to give it to me because they won't give it to me, but to have available the statement of Jordan Losoya.
All right, so I remember us having a hearing previously
I fixed
about this video, and defense was allowed to have their client view the entirety of the video. So what specifically are, I don't understand what's being
We're
asked
looking
of.
specifically, I'm referring to this in my opening. I mean, may want to show a copy of her video if she doesn't testify the way she testified in the, or the way she's made the statement in the report.
All right, so none of this
do
has
it there.
happened yet, correct?
No.
She hasn't
No.
testified. So what's the
No.
purpose of serving the
Just so
state?
that we're sure that we're able to get a copy of the video to show if in fact we need to.
State, do you have a copy of the video?
We have a copy available for defense counsel. If that becomes something that they need to do, we can approach and deal with it that way.
All right, so I'm still at a loss as to what was the purpose
Hey,
of
Ladybird.
serving the state.
The state
when
may not have it
Morning.
available,
Good
Your
morning,
Honor.
Nick.
Supposedly it's up in their office. I wanted to be able to be available if I need to show it.
Okay.
I don't think that would be difficult to do if it's upstairs in their office. They just go upstairs to bring it down. All right, so are you then releasing her or removing your request for her to be under subpoena?
Yes, only for the purpose of this, to show
All right,
that.
may I see the subpoena, please?
I'm so sorry.
And we didn't get to hear this on the other
Of course, I steal it right away.
feed anyway, so. Although she may cut the camera here in a second.
All right, it says here that she's being subpoenaed to testify. So
No,
you're
That's a
removing her.
mistake. That's a mistake.
All right, so you're withdrawing your subpoena?
Only, yes, Your Honor, because at this point she knows she needs to have that available, yes.
All right, so here's the thing. If people want things available, you all need to talk to each other. You're all officers of the court. Everybody is entitled to a fair trial, both the state and the defense. So just talk to each other. Are you all ready? Yes.
Ms. Blanca and I have a matter that was on quickly.
What matter are you all approaching on?
Oh, no, she does not. I like Judge Boyd. The bad thing about this view, of having this view, I wish the sound was better on the other one. Because then you get to see the defense, well, you get to see the state up close right here, but then you get to see the defense attorney up close. And she's something. She is something. But yeah, this poor state, she's going to do the openings, or the opening for the state, this woman that we are getting a very nice close-up view of. But she's a bit awkward herself, in a little bit of things that I kind of was caught a little bit yesterday. Didn't want to listen to too much because I want to listen to it with you guys. And yes. That's good because gross. I don't want to see any. So the defendant obviously is sitting back there in the blue suit, jacket, gray pants. I do think the state ladies color coordinated. It's a very, very good chance just from the short amount I saw yesterday. Yes. Whoop. Judge Boyd's awesome. And when I saw it was in her courtroom and the news feed kept cutting out, like they would lower the volume, I just went to check to see if she was streaming it, and I was glad she was, and I was glad I saved it. Well, they're not under the same rules as we are, Dare. Oh. Jury coming in. So we're just going to listen to I know we don't normally, but we're going to
Please be
listen to her
seated.
talk to the jury. I don't think it's very long. She'll come back. Chrissy, this view this way is like in Haley Brown. It's the judge she's
All right,
controlling all
everyone,
these
please be
cameras.
seated. I hope you all were able to find decent
Good morning,
parking.
Chrissy.
All right, so you were given an oath downstairs, but I'm going to give you an oath as it relates to this particular case. So if everyone could please raise your right hand for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm in the case of the state of Texas versus Jose Angel Ruiz, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? All right, you may lower your hand. State.
That poor thing.
True bill of indictment. In the name and by authority of the state of
Yeah.
Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such at the May term AD 2022 of the 186th Judicial District Court of said county in said court at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and interior to the presentment of this indictment, count 1, paragraph A. On or about the 7th day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury.
Say she was
Paragraph
5.
B. On or about the 7th day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had assumed care, custody, and control of Mercedes Losoya and failed to do so, and that the defendant failed to seek adequate medical treatment for Mercedes Losoya. Count 2. On or about the 28th day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely hands, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and defendant did intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by covering the mouth and nose of Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 3. On or about the 21st day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 4. On or about the 23rd day of January 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by pinching Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 5. On or about the 1st day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by inserting tacks into the feet of Mercedes Losoya. Count 6. On or about the 2nd day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Losoya with a belt.
Yes.
Count 7. On or about the 3rd
Dead.
day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who is 14 years of age or younger, by pulling the hair of Mercedes Losoya with the hand of the defendant. Count 8. On or about the 5th day of February 2022, Jose Ruiz, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause bodily injury to Mercedes Losoya, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Mercedes Losoya with a cell phone. Against the peace and dignity of the state, signed the foreman of the grand jury.
Right, to those charges, how do you plead? Right, you may be seated.
I
Any
didn't.
opening statements from the state?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
All right,
Closing counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
She's going to go out of frame. Sorry.
in our career, the things we see are things people don't want to see. We see a lot of horrible things working in criminal law. Sometimes those things are even extra horrible to us. In this case, you're going to have to see things that nobody should ever have to see. Let alone things that a child at the age of 5 should have to endure. We apologize in advance for having to show you these awful things.
but unfortunately we have to. We have to show you things that this man, Jose Ruiz, and Mercedes Losoya, who's the 5-year-old, her mother, Katrina Mendoza, sorry, did to Mercedes. You're going to hear that Katrina had 2 young children at a very young age, Mercedes and Jordan. Jordan is about 9 months older than Mercedes. You're going to hear that according to Jose and Katrina, Mercedes was the child that just wouldn't listen. She was the bad kid. You're going to hear that Katrina and Jose were dating. And at some point in the relationship, they weren't living together. And you're going to hear from the evidence that some point in the relationship, Katrina's talking to Jose about Mercedes and how she just won't listen. And Jose says, let me have her. She'll listen to me. Jose takes custody of Mercedes. He takes her to his apartment. Katrina and Jordan don't go. You're going to hear from the evidence that they join them later. That Katrina and Jordan join them later, and they live at Jose's apartment for about 2 weeks. You're going to hear that those 2 weeks were the last 2 weeks of Mercedes' life. You're going to hear about the torture that Mercedes endured. You're going to hear from a lot of witnesses in this case. You're going to hear from police. You're going to hear from medical personnel. You're going to hear from neighbors that could hear this man beating Mercedes through the walls. And they could hear her crying out for help. You're going to hear from Katrina Mendoza. We want you to know that we don't think she's a good mother, if I haven't made that clear at this point. But she accepted a plea bargain in this case. She was also a defendant in this case. And she accepted a plea bargain, and she is here to testify about what Jose Ruiz did in this case, because she's accepted responsibility for her part. You're going to hear that Katrina and Jose pointed fingers at each other this whole time. But like I've said, Katrina's accepted responsibility. She has taken a plea bargain in this case. You're going to hear, or you're going to see the evidence, and it's going to show you that both Katrina and Jose are guilty of abusing 5-year-old Mercedes. And you're going to have more than enough evidence at the end of this trial to find this man guilty of all counts.
Defense?
Here, I got it.
I wish you guys could see her face.
Oh,
Sorry for the holdup, guys. And please the court,
I got you.
opposing counsel,
Up close.
ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I have this, difficulty. I also took notes because I'm covering quite a bit. Precious little Mercedes Losoya was killed on February 7th of 2022, excuse me. Under Texas law, you recognize killing a person as murder. No murder.
I'm going to object, Judge. She's violating her own motion in limine.
Sustained.
The murder, I'm just reciting what the law is.
Can we approach, Judge?
No, the objection is sustained.
Okay, but she's
Murder of someone 10 years of age. younger.
Excuse me.
that's
The objection has been sustained, counsel.
Sorry, I can't mention murder.
objection.
Because they didn't save Mercedes. Didn't save her life. He was the hookup boyfriend of Katrina, the mother. He hadn't adopted the children, didn't live with the children, let them stay there for a couple weeks, but That was it. CBS had investigated Katrina for years. They have pages and pages of records against Katrina.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I'm just gonna object to argumentative.
All right, that'll be overruled.
San Antonio police didn't save Mercedes. There were piles of reports against Katrina. SAPD didn't save her life, right? This case is not charged as a word I'm not allowed to say, homicide. It was charged as abuse. Now,
I'm not laughing at
the evidence that the
Laughing at you
state
guys.
provided to me, and almost everything I received from this state. This first, the fact is Mercedes had asthma. Mercedes' 6-year-old sister Jordan had a front row seat for everything that happened. To her sister and to her. They were living at the time on February 7th at the apartment of a friend, Jeanette. I believe she's going to be one of the state witnesses. They didn't have any place to live because she had been thrown out of everywhere. Jordan said that day that her mother was, Jordan's word, jamming food down Mercedes' mouth. Mercedes kept spitting it up. She was being gorged, she kept spitting it up. Katrina got mad, according to Jordan's statement. I wasn't there. And she said she jammed the spoon down her throat. At that point, Mercedes, who had been on a chair, fell off the chair. According to Jordan, she had no breath. Katrina went down to the floor and tried to give her breath at least twice, but Mercedes had no more breath. According to Jordan, at that point, Mercedes was picked up by her mother, and they didn't go to 911 call. They didn't do anything. They ran to Jose Angel's apartment, which was in the same complex. Apparently, he tried to resuscitate her too. He tried, according to Jordan, tried to give her breath. She didn't have any more breath. After that, Jose took Katrina and Mercedes' body to the hospital. Now, they were all the way up by Havener Road. I'm assuming you all know that general location of 510. They went to a hospital on the far south side, which is now closed. It was the Texas Vista Hospital. According to the reports from the ER, Katrina came running inside, holding Mercedes' dead body. They didn't pronounce her dead right away, but they acknowledged that her body was lifeless and cold. Katrina told Jose to stay in the parking lot because her father didn't like him, and the father was at the hospital when they got there. He was screaming, "Help my child, help my baby." The ER people attempted resuscitation at least 3 times, which they're required to do.
I
There was
agree.
never any hope. The charge nurse testified, or rather made a statement, that he actually pulled food out of Mercedes' mouth. Jordan was brought to the hospital by the police or somebody after Mercedes was taken there. And when she was interviewed, she said, "I'm the good child." We took her to the morgue, Mercedes' battered little body. The medical examiner did an autopsy. His basic cause of death was murder by muscle collapse. I'm sorry, take that word back. Sorry.
Excuse me,
Homicide.
excuse me. All right, the objection will be sustained. Defense, this is what you all requested, that term not be used. So you're not allowed to use that term, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Emmy said there was muscle collapse, and that was the cause of the child's death. But he didn't rule out asphyxia. And that's something I've been working on because I believe it was a matter of asphyxia that caused her death, based on the testimony of Jordan, the 6-year-old child.
I'm gonna object to argument, Judge.
Sustained.
So what you guys can't see from this view is when the defense attorney is talking, those two prosecutors are trying not to laugh. And I'm not saying it's appropriate, but this woman starts, it gets better, as in it gets worse. This woman, I don't know what kind of opening statement she was trying to give. So she's judge don't play for sure. She didn't want that, like the judge just said, she didn't want the term used. Then she starts using it and using it and using it, and then acts like it's not her fault. I don't know. That was driving me nuts. But they're sitting there trying not to laugh. I'm kind of surprised the judge didn't call them out. Maybe she did here soon. Yeah, Chrissy, this is the defense opening. The state's was pretty short. And yeah, this is the defense. So I wish the other audio was better because it's a better view.
Now, Jose has been charged with various counts as they were just read to you. The state's main witness is Katrina Mendoza. She pled guilty to 1 count of serious bodily injury, but not that she did anything. That she failed by
Gonna
omission.
object to argument.
Sustained.
Not that she did anything but omission.
Again, I'm gonna object to argument. It's the same statement.
Sustained.
There were many charges, but ultimately pled to omission. Now, judge records and publishes everything that goes on in this courtroom. Normally, we don't have.
Object to relevant.
Sustained.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you step outside the courtroom briefly, and I will bring you back. You're not allowed to discuss anything that you've heard. So
the defense put a motion in to not have the word that Adair put up there, the M word, as we'll call it, that we are not allowed to say. She granted that they are not allowed to use that word in the trial. And then she goes in her opening statements and uses it repeatedly, even after the objection with the state and the judge sustaining it. And then now she has gone and she's trying to go into this plea deal that Katrina took. I'm not sure. I think maybe it's the way she's saying it. I don't know there. But to me, this woman in the chair and the woman sitting over there with the defendant should retire and go enjoy some lemonade on the front porch and just enjoy their life. They've done their jobs, and let the young fella there in the middle, maybe he needs to do this because it's not good.
far, does everyone understand? All right. Thank you.
Know how much she'll let it. I don't remember how much she plays of this, if anything. We may just have another close-up of the state. But I wish we could. I wanted to hear it. I'm gonna have to mute myself for a minute. I think my dogs are winding up again like they did last night. That was crazy. You know what? If you can do it, do it. But I just don't know that these guys should be doing it. All right, I'll be back. I'll be back in a second. Sorry, I'm just fast forwarding slow so that if we get any audio that we can hear it. Because I know this came back before the newsroom feed did, and you could hear it but not see it. Here we can see it and hear it. So Chrissy, you said something about dad knew. That's not Mercedes' dad. That's the mom's boyfriend, who the defense will have a different name for here soon, and it's great. He's standing in the blue. He's got his hands in his pockets. Blue blazer, gray pants.
All right,
So
everyone, please be seated.
I don't know where the
Defense, you may
biological
continue.
if he's in the
Katrina
picture or not.
faces Maximum of 45 years in prison. And she's
Oh, I
called
don't
for
know.
probation. Her sentence is delayed until after this trial to see how well she does in bringing charges, proving the charges against.
I'm gonna object to argumentative.
Sustained.
She doesn't get her sentence until after this case. The Rule of Texas Rule of Criminal Procedure, 3814, does not allow a person to be convicted solely on the testimony of.
I'm gonna object to argumentative.
the rule-
Sustained.
Reading the rules argumentative.
Sustained.
She's argumentative. I don't know,
Prove
Chrissy.
that the source of all relevant evidence against Jose Angel is from Katrina. Allegedly, this happened in her apartment. Anything that was done would have been a limited number of people that were witnesses. But there is an advantage to Katrina for testifying against him.
I'm gonna object
Oh.
to argumentative, Judge.
Sustained.
Yes. No, you didn't. You heard that right.
Additionally, there's another rule that's going to be relevant, and that is the rule of evidence number 705. That rule applies to expert witnesses. And based on my theory that Katrina's behind everything that's heard, this means that we're allowed to invite, ask the expert witnesses.
Judge, I mean, again, this is
Sustained.
argument, not opening statement.
This is called explanation
Sustained.
of the rule. Rule 705 allows us to question witnesses.
Judge,
Sustained.
I'm not allowed to mention any rules.
The objections has been sustained.
Asking for further.
My, the objection has been sustained, counsel.
Am I clear, Your Honor? I'm not allowed to mention.
The
any rule?
objection has been sustained, counsel.
I'm gonna try this. In regard to the rules that I'm not supposed to mention, you have to ask the person their
Judge,
underlying
I
data.
have to object to the sidebar comments to your ruling.
Sustained.
The underlying data for their decisions. That ruling, or rather that hearing has to be outside the presence. of
Judge,
the
I'm
jury.
gonna.
Sustained.
object.
You've heard about the burdens of proof. And the state has to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the facts. Everything that comes out by and large is from witnesses, not what I say. And that's another thing, because I'm talking
Yes.
to you, because I'm saying things to you. You don't have to listen to me, and you don't have to listen to the state. You do have to listen to the judge. The reality is, you're going to be making your decision based on the evidence that's presented against Jose Angel. There are clarifications, and you have to wait until the end to find out. There was a press conference
I'm
also.
gonna object to any press. It's not something that should come in evidence.
Your Honor, what's relevant about talking about.
Excuse
press
me.
conference, it's a motivation for why.
Excuse me, counsel. Make your opening statements. Opening statements are what you believe the evidence will show. So if you don't believe the evidence will show it, then it should not be before this jury.
There was a press conference right after the Mercedes death, and at that press conference, Joe Galley, who used to be one of the reporters for Channel 12, asked a witness, family member,
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Oh, she got
asked
one.
a family member about what had happened. And the family member said he'd all tried many times, reports to CPS and the police to try to save Mercedes. Nothing was done. That's relevant because Joe next asked,
This is objection argumentative.
okay,
Sustained.
I know. Like,
so anyway, motivations came out for that factor. To the judges in a case, despite what I'm saying, what you see is what counts. I am asking for a not guilty. At this point, Jose Angel is still presumed innocent. Jose Angel is not an angel. He's a hookup guy.
he's the hookup guy.
I'm not an angel either. I'm not a hookup girl, but
I'm gonna object to
Sustained.
argumentative.
All right, state, call your first witness.
Judge, at this time, state would invoke the rule.
She ended on, he's not an angel. He's the hookup guy. I'm not an angel either, but I'm not the hookup girl. I'm sorry. What is happening? What does that mean? Now roll over to your counsel table or maybe just down the hall and out the door. I have never heard anything like that ever. So this is where I stopped, and so this I knew that was a crazy opening, and I've never seen it. I'm so yep. I think she did something. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. But I I know. I well, she deserves to be rolled out the door. The dare. She deserves to be that. I do feel bad for the defendant. I hope it gets better. I hope the guy in the middle does something, or he could maybe go for ineffectiveness of counsel if he gets convicted, which at this point looks like he might be because she's awful. Yes. Well, you thought it was the state. So, I mean, yep. I think the defendant might at this point just get up and push her out the door himself and lock it behind her. Call it good. I'm telling you, I think she well, she ain't no angel. She's not the hookup girl though either. Thank you. That's how she ends. That's not a mic drop moment. Like, all right, let's watch her roll back.
All right, the rule will be invoked. Call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, can we make sure defense doesn't have any witnesses in the courtroom? I believe somebody who has been subpoenaed is in the courtroom.
All right, the rule has been invoked. Are there any witnesses in the courtroom for
She's-
either the state or the defense?
I subpoenaed Channel 12. There are, I think there are.
Are there any witnesses in the courtroom? Who did you subpoena from? Who
I
did you
subpoenaed
subpoena from Channel 12?
the news editor, the news director.
All right, is the news director from Channel 12 in the courtroom?
It was
No,
a
they are
Dukas-
not.
It was a Dukas Takem to bring the news report.
They are not here.
Well,
The
I didn't-
editor is not here.
Somebody from Channel 12 is, so, right?
They are not the editor. Who did you subpoena the editor or did you subpoena the person who's here?
And I don't know who's here. And Miss Mitchell's the one that said there was some witness in the courtroom. The only person I subpoenaed was the head of the newsroom at Channel 12.
All right. Is the head of Channel 12 present in the courtroom?
Anyway,
They are not. Call your first witness.
Channel 12.
The state calls Gustavo
Cervantes.
Channel 12 is the one with the bad audio that we were trying to. Oh no! All right, I'm gonna have to step out and go shut
If you'll take a seat here,
the cameras
please.
I left open. I was trying to put. I'll be back. I'll be right back.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear and the court reporter can hear.
Okay.
All right, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Gustavo Cervantes.
State.
Okay. Good morning, Gustavo. Where are you presently employed?
I'm on the trauma team at University Hospital.
And how long have you been there?
I've been there since May.
Okay. And what is your role?
I'm a staff nurse in the trauma team.
So, what kind of training do you need to become a staff nurse in a trauma center?
Usually good long experience in the emergency room in general.
Experience in the emergency room?
Yes.
So, do you have a degree or any kind of certification?
I'm a registered nurse.
Okay. And I know it sounds pretty fundamental, but what kind of schooling do you have to be a registered nurse?
I have an associate's. It's a 2-year degree,
From what institution?
Galen College of Nursing,
And when did you get that?
2015.
Okay. So, when you got your degree at Galen, did you start working right away?
Well, I was already working in the emergency room at Downtown Baptist since 2008. I was an LVN at the time, but I was in the ER from 2008 to 2015, and then just finished my degree and kept working in the emergency room.
So what's the difference between an RN and an LVN?
Amount of responsibility, the kind of medications you can give, the training, the schooling teaches you more about this disease process and how to manage patients.
Okay. And so you were an LVN before you were an RN, right?
Correct.
What training did you have to be an LVN?
It was a 14-month school. I got it through the Army.
Okay. And how long were you in the Army?
8.5 active and 6 in the reserves.
From what years?
1994 to 2002 active duty, 2002 to 2008 reserves.
And did you serve as an LVN in the Army?
And the reserves and active duty, I was infantry.
Okay. So you're infantry and then you got your LVN certification in the Army.
In the reserves.
In the reserves, and you served in that capacity.
Correct.
Okay. So then in, let's see, 2008, that's when you left the military?
Correct.
And you went to work for the ER in Downtown Baptist?
Correct.
How is working in an ER different than working in another part of the hospital?
The pace, you don't know what to expect. You're getting everybody fresh after injury or when the disease is going, so you have to figure everything out. Other parts of the floor, you know what's going on with the patient. You have a general idea. All the testing is done. With us, it's more finding out process, and a lot of times just acute care. So you're getting them fresh. You might be trying to save their life. You might be just trying to find out what's wrong with them in general.
Okay. And is it safe to say that, I mean, you said the words, you never know what you're going to get. Is it safe to say that the individuals who are working in the ER have to have a more broad knowledge? What they're looking at?
Jack of all trades.
So you first worked in the ER in 2008 at Downtown Baptist. And then in 2015, you got your associates and became an RN, registered nurse. Where did you go in 2015?
2015, I stayed there at Downtown Baptist. And then I went and did liaison work for a rehab hospital for about a year, and then went back to the ER where I wanted to be.
Okay. And the liaison work, was that still with Downtown Baptist?
No, that was a different company. Warm Springs Rehab.
What was it?
Warm Springs Rehab.
Warm Springs. And how long were you doing that?
I did it for about a year, but it wasn't
And then you went back to an ER.
correct. Northeast Baptist.
Okay, you went to Northeast Baptist. And so that would have been what, 2016, 2017?
Around that, yes.
And you worked in the ER there?
Correct.
Were you just were you a staff nurse?
Staff nurse, yes.
Okay. And then how long did you stay at Northeast Baptist?
I stayed there for 2 years and then I went to work as a post-op nurse for a small surgical hospital, Heidner Ambulatory Surgical Hospital,
Okay.
for about 2 years.
Thank you. I didn't even lose any
And
last
then,
night.
after the post-op nurse, where did you work?
That's when COVID came around.
Okay.
So I went to work as a contract nurse, going to the most needed hospitals in Houston and here, just doing COVID nursing.
Okay, and is that similar to an ER environment?
It was still in the ER.
Yeah.
It was still the ER.
I didn't see that. Awesome.
Did you eventually stop being a contract
Yes,
nurse?
please.
Once everything settled down and
But
they
please,
started opening back up,
that like
I actually
that.
finished
Right.
my COVID nursing. That's how I got to Southwest General.
Okay.
And they asked me to stay on as a charge nurse there once it was over.
Okay, so do you remember what year you went to Southwest General?
Thank you.
That would have been in 2021, I think.
2021?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think
Hamilton.
around that.
Yes,
And
I
at
was.
some point, did Southwest General change names or?
They did. They changed the names to Texas Vista Medical Center.
Okay, now you said you became a charge nurse there.
Correct.
How is that different than a staff nurse?
You're responsible for the entire ER for your shift, as far as assignments, being an in-between with the nurses and doctors, making sure the nurses are doing their job, basically.
Head nurse.
Correct.
And were you in the ER at Southwest General?
Yes.
Okay, Texas Vista.
Yes.
So at this point, you know, we're up to, you started Southwest General in 2021.
Good
Do
grief.
you remember when it turned to Texas Vista?
Does it matter?
Sometime in 22, I don't remember exactly.
Okay, so you're there in 2022, and when did it shut down, right?
Correct.
When did it shut down?
May of last year.
Were you there until it was?
I was there
closed?
on the very last day.
Okay. Now, that is, let's see, if I can do my math. Serves. So you've been working in an ER type of environment for about 20 years. Is that safe to say?
16, since
16?
2008.
Okay. Well. 16 years. Have you seen
Lawyers always say they're bad at math.
children come into the ER?
Many times, yes.
Many times?
Many times.
Can you estimate like more than 100?
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay. Have you seen people who came in who maybe had exercised too hard and hurt themselves?
Right.
Have you seen people that come in that had been beaten?
Yes. All the time.
In February of 2022, actually, I'm going to pause for a second. Yeah. Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what I have marked for identification purposes. And State's Exhibit number 1. Can you please do an X where Southwest General Texas Vista was located?
Please.
Further down. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying
I
to,
think he's thinking out loud.
yeah, I'm trying to.
All right,
find
so
exactly.
if you all are thinking out loud, the court reporter puts that on the record.
So
Okay.
And if you're gonna think out loud, then you need to speak up so she can hear it.
Apologies. Yes.
don't think out loud.
It was further towards the south.
Okay.
It was generally, sorry, I apologize. It was generally, golly, this map isn't this.
Okay, so the map doesn't show it.
No,
Okay, let me see if I can get it better.
sorry.
Okay. So, February 7th of 2022. Were you working as the charge nurse at Texas Vista Hospital on that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall a patient
That's what I
by
thought.
the name of Mercedes Losoya?
Yes.
You just testified that you have probably seen over 100 children that come in and numerous people who have been beaten or overworked. So what is it about Mercedes Losoya that you remember so well?
All just the way she was presented to us, and just
Okay,
the condition.
okay. You said how she was presented to you.
Is that a
First
question?
of all, do you recall how old Mercedes Losoya was?
5 years old.
Who brought her to the hospital?
My initial understanding was mom ran in with her, yelling for help. And that's when my triage nurse grabbed her from mom and brought her down to the main ER where we were at.
And mom was screaming for help, you said?
That's what I was told by the triage nurse.
Could you hear her?
Once they came out of the triage area near the front entrance, I could hear them down the hallway.
Okay, and what did you hear?
Save my baby. Some other things I really, at that point, I just focused on the child.
And so who brought you Mercedes?
My triage nurse grabbed her from mom, I guess, at the front, and came running down the hallway, also yelling that she wasn't breathing.
Okay. And did you at any time take over the care?
I
of
did.
Mercedes?
I did. I took her from the triage nurse and carried her into the room that was right behind us. Put her on the bed, and that's when we started working.
Okay. So, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been labeled State's Exhibit number 2.
Okay.
What is that?
This is the chart, Mercedes. It's her medical record.
Okay. And who authored this?
That would be me.
So you
It's not
authored this
Steve
report.
Hamilton.
Okay. Now, what was the purpose of making these records?
Yes, she did.
To record the care of the patient, what was given, what was done, to maintain the record. Just
Okay.
record maintenance.
And is this something you do for all patients? that
Every
come in?
patient, every patient has a medical record.
Okay.
Correct.
And is it important for medical history to make a
Right.
record of everything?
Right. Everything needs to be recorded for the patient's health, for future visits, and also for legal reasons, of course, to make sure that everything that we do for the patient is recorded and it's correct and it's.
Okay. So when we're looking at this, what kind of information did you record here?
you always have the time of arrival, her triage level, the condition they came in, include, set the initial assessment, which is their mental status, their consciousness, weight, medical history, allergies, all that.
What is medical history?
Any previous medical conditions, surgeries that the patient may have had?
Okay, and obviously Mercedes came in injured and needing help. So who did you get that history from? Who would that history have come from?
In a normal situation, it would have been the parent.
Um,
I think the judge just handed one of the
what
bailiffs
is
some.
the Glasgow coma
Show me if
scale?
that's what you're talking about.
That's a scale we use to determine the patient's their consciousness, basically. It it grades the vision, the eye response,
That's
verbal
me.
response, and motor response of the patient. It goes from 3 to 15, 15 being completely alert and awake, normal, and 3 is completely unresponsive.
Okay. Is that part of the triage process?
Correct.
Okay. What was Mercedes?
She was a 3,
And again, that meant she was,
completely unresponsive.
she was completely unresponsive.
Correct.
Okay. What else is done in triage?
Triage is basically gathering the complaint, whether they're and allergies, history, weight, and we take into account why they're there to determine what their acuity level is.
Okay. And so who was, were you doing the triage?
Yeah, so normally it's done at the front by the triage nurse who assigns them a acuity level depending on how serious their condition is. And it tells us how fast we need to get them back or whether they can wait. In a situation like that, she was a level 1, meaning the life is at risk. They bring them straight back and it's all done. We're basically doing it all at the same time. The triage, well, not initially, no, we're not typing in everything in. We're working on the patient, and after the fact, we complete the appropriate charting.
Okay. So, as part of your care of Mercedes, did you have to sorry, I lost my train. She was unresponsive.
Correct.
So what treatment did you provide for Mercedes?
We took her to the room immediately. First thing is checking for ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation. Notice there was no chest rise. Assumed she wasn't breathing. Checked her pulses. And there were about 2 of us checking pulses. Usually when there's a patient in that condition, there was no pulse. So we started chest compressions immediately. And then in the process of trying to get circulatory access, IV access.
So you checked for levels, right? And you didn't feel a pulse.
Correct.
Did you do any kind of medical intervention?
Right, the CPR, we were trying to establish airway. She had mashed bananas in her mouth, which we had to take out. I digitally removed it so we could actually get access to her airway, start giving her ventilations with a VVM.
Okay.
Try to establish IV access, which was nearly impossible. We ended up
I'm sorry, IV access you said was nearly impossible.
yeah, there was the veins weren't giving us any return.
Okay, can
So-
you explain that to the jury? What does it mean that the veins weren't giving a return?
So with a IV catheter, it has a chamber in it that gives you, when you hit the vein, it gives you a blood return. So you know you're in the vein and you can advance. my nurses were putting it in and there was no blood return. When there's lack of circulation, that can happen. There's nothing coming back, and it's the pressure from the vein that pushes the blood in.
Okay, let me stop you there. You said a lack of
think he's
circulation.
nervous,
caused
Hamilton.
that.
Right.
Was there anything else about Mercedes that led you to believe that her blood wasn't circulating?
In the initial moment when you're working on the patient, you're not noticing every condition of the patient. You're concentrating
think
on
so.
trying to get them breathing and get the pulse back. However, notice her skin was already ashen.
Want to jump to the narrative, Your Honor?
Sustained.
We do have life over there.
You said her skin was ashy. Why is that relevant to you in your assessment?
Pallor and ashiness is a sign of poor blood perfusion. So when there's a pulse is lost, the patient's skin color changes because of the lack of blood perfusion.
Okay. How does the appearance of blood change?
Depending on the time that they've been pulseless, the blood will darken because of the lack of oxygen.
Okay, so the blood will darken. Did you?
I just think this is different for him, Hamilton. I think if he was in the ER, he would. Yeah.
Ask your next question.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Judge.
Sorry, Chris.
Uh,
I heard that part, and then I.
How did Mercedes' blood appear that day?
That's never mind.
So after they were failing to get proper IV access, we actually got access with an IO, which is an intraosseous. So it's a needle we push into the bone of the below the knee, which is similar. Not the best, but it's similar to start trying to get fluids, medications. We didn't get any real blood return there. I finally got IV access on the side of the neck, and the blood return was dark. It was very dark.
It was very dark. And what does that tell you?
It's unoxygenated blood.
It's not oxygenated blood.
Correct.
And for us lay people, what does that mean?
So bright red blood is going to be in the arteries. That's going to be your oxygenated blood coming from the heart, going to the body. When it goes back in the veins, whenever you got a cut on your finger or anything, it's a little darker than oxygenated blood, but it's still red. The darker it is, the less oxygen is in it.
Okay. So does that have something to do with her heart function?
Right. If there hadn't been any circulation going, that means that none of the blood is passing through the lungs to pick up oxygen. So the body is using up whatever oxygen is there, and it's depleting it. So the blood is going to get darker.
Okay. You said you had worked at Northeast Baptist Hospital.
Mhm.
How far? Well, I'm sorry.
Sounds like a motion.
Okay. You worked at Northeast Baptist.
What did you say?
Right. How far away is that from where Texas Vista was?
At the time I lived about probably 10 minutes or 7-8 minutes, a little northeast of even Northeast Baptist, and it would take me about anywhere from 25 to 30 minutes to get to work.
Okay. Were there other hospitals in the area?
You have Northeast Methodist, you have Northeast Baptist. Trying to think. On the way there's also several urgent cares, and they might not be open, but you have the standalone emergency rooms all the way through.
Okay. Brenda, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, just say no one time, Judge Boyd, just for fun.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 3. What is this?
It's Mercedes Losoya.
It's Mercedes. Is it a photo?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the little girl that you saw that day?
He doesn't want to look.
Was that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 3.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 3 is admitted without objection.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Um,
have it.
At this time,
Thank
I would
you.
also offer State's Exhibit number 2, which was his report.
1 and 2.
Just
Number
Prepared
2.
it
No
yesterday.
objection, Your Honor.
For
State's
reminding me.
Exhibit number 2 is admitted without objection.
So at this time, your report is in evidence. Can you please read the narrative that you wrote?
Uh-oh.
On 2/8/22 at 112, the child was brought in by mother at 1904. I took the child from the mother's hands, and that was my mistake. That my memory was of the situation. It didn't happen so fast. I actually took it from my triage nurses. Yeah.
Okay.
And I placed her in the room 12 directly behind them where they had come in. Child was pulseless. CPR began immediately. Several rounds of high quality CPR and BVM assisted ventilations were given. Patient never regained.
Excuse me, if you can slow down.
I apologize. Okay, I placed her in room 12 directly behind them. Child was pulseless. CPR begun immediately. Several rounds of high quality CPR and BVM assisted ventilations were given. Patient never regained ROSC, which is return of spontaneous circulation when you get a pulse back. And the code was called, meaning time of death was called. Dr. Mendy, Dr. Newton called time of death at 1918, 7/18. Child was noticed to have generalized bruising over body, posteriorly and anteriorly, along with scratches, missing areas of hair on head, wounds to her feet, and toenails missing on 2 toes of the left foot. Child had food still in her mouth on arrival. Per mom's statement, she had been feeding the child when she passed out and hit her head on a lamp. Mom stated she propped the child and continued trying to feed her. SAPD was called during CPR due to appearance of the patient's body. CPS also involved. Investigations being conducted by SAPD and CPS. Postmortem completed. ME en route for child's body.
Now, on the next page, the
There's more.
ED triage assessment. Can you please read what the ED triage note says?
Mother yelling for help in ER. Child taken straight into room. No pulse. CPR started. Child had chunks of food in mouth and generalized bruising was noticed on patient's body. Bruising in different stages of healing. Noticed several wounds to child's feet with toenails missing from 2 toes on left foot.
There's a note that says that bruising was in various stages of healing.
Correct.
What does that indicate?
That the bruises were caused at different days, weeks, maybe. I mean,
Did you observe, if you remember, did you observe any injuries that looked like they had just occurred?
there were newer bruises on her. I don't recall exactly what, but there were some that were darker than others.
Toenails, Hamilton,
Are you
missing
able to
toenails.
determine timeline of bruises?
Not exact timeline, but
I would object to this, Your Honor.
Overrule,
Timer.
overrule. You can answer the question, but just answer the question that's asked of you.
you cannot exactly determine when, but you can differentiate between newer and older bruises.
Okay. And a newer could be within a week, the last week.
Day a week, yeah.
Um, do you know what rhabdomyolysis is?
Yes, it's I do.
What is that?
It's when muscle in the body starts to break down for there can be several reasons. It breaks down and it can cause myoglobin, which is what muscles are made of. It can go to the kidneys and cause kidney failure, and it can increase your lactic acid in your blood, making your blood more acidic. It can cause nausea, vomiting, lethargy, malaise, and up to death.
Okay. So it can cause fatigue,
Correct.
it can cause nausea.
Correct.
And is malaise just another way to say fatigue?
Correct.
Okay. And is that something that will immediately lead to a coma, or is it something that takes time?
It's progressive. If it goes untreated, it's progressive.
Meaning
Sad.
it takes a few days or longer.
It can, depending on the damage to the muscle.
Okay.
How much is there?
And you said Mercedes had bruises all over her body.
Correct.
Is trauma like that something that can cause rhabdomyolysis in your?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, to the qualification of the witness to make the statement of what causes it.
All right, do you want to lay the foundation?
Um, what is trauma? When you say trauma can cause it, what do you mean?
Trauma is any injury to the body from an outside force.
And had you seen, is rhabdomyolysis something that you have been seen diagnosed while you're in the ER?
Many times, and I even had it mildly myself at one point.
Okay. And so you've seen cases where you knew that trauma.
Objection to the leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you seen cases of rhabdomyolysis where trauma was a contributing factor?
Many times.
What else can be a factor for rhabdomyolysis?
I mean, what else can cause it?
Yes.
Extreme amounts of exercise without proper hydration, dehydration, infection, metabolic issues, somebody with defective liver.
And if rhabdomyolysis is left untreated, what organs of the body does it hurt?
Objection, Your Honor, false for speculation.
Hamilton
Gonna be
given
overruled. You can answer the
It's not
question.
established that he has the expertise to answer that, Your Honor.
That'll be overruled. You can answer the question.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
What happens to the body if rhabdomyolysis is not treated?
So the release of the breakdown of muscle, the myoglobin, can affect the kidneys. That's what they call it, tea-colored urine. Your urine gets very dark, decrease in urine production. It can cause lactic acid release into the blood, making the blood more acidic. And then all the symptoms we already mentioned. And eventually it can cause the heart to be unable to contract properly. Reduce there, the high level of acidity can cause multiple organ failure.
Okay. Would you say that someone that has rhabdomyolysis left untreated may have a substantial risk of death?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the witness's expertise.
That'll be overruled.
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm gonna try this again. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I want to just see her wheel herself up there with her feet, not even get out of the chair.
Okay. I can't believe this is what this is. I have labeled this State's Exhibit number 4. This is a new map.
Okay.
Does this show where Southwest General would be?
Yes, it's gonna be down to the south.
Okay, can you mark that with an X for me?
I thought the guy in the middle was going to be doing the questioning. He did the objection first, and then she took over. That was disappointing.
Here in this area.
Okay. And I guess go ahead and circle it for me. Okay. Now, what other hospitals did you say were in
Asked
there?
and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What other hospitals did you say were in the area from Northeast Baptist to Southwest General?
You have Northeast Baptist a little further.
And this map indicates Northeast Baptist.
Correct.
Is that a correct location?
Correct.
Okay.
A little further east, you have Northeast Methodist.
Can you mark maybe with,
It's generally near the live bulb area.
Oh
around
dear.
okay.
We're
that
just kidding.
circle, can you put maybe a line through it? That's Northeast Methodist.
Mhm.
Okay.
If you keep
Well,
going
Derek, I'm gonna be
further
a grandma
down,
soon, so
SAMC,
he's gonna
the
be saying all these
military
things to
medical
me.
hospital is there.
Okay.
You can, that's another one that they would not refuse a patient.
Okay.
Actually, near Northeast, there's a standalone emergency room. that
Okay.
I actually worked, did part-time there
You put a circle there.
around
Okay.
there. And I think,
It's good to know.
you're also passing by the medical center,
Okay.
which has countless hospitals.
Can you maybe just do a square around where the medical center would be?
Nothing wrong with that, Adair. That's what got my mom, her brother, and her dad. It was awful.
Okay. What about on the south side? Is there anything else? Any other medical center or
Yes.
hospitals you could think of on the south side?
South Side, Mission Trail
Okay.
Hospital, which is here by Brook City Base.
Okay.
And there's also in the vicinity, there's two Baptist standalone hospitals, mini
Okay.
hospitals as well.
Okay.
I don't remember the approximation of those.
That's okay. And it was your testimony that there was there are urgent care centers.
Urgent at that time of the night, maybe not, but definitely there's San Antonio's opened up a ton of small standalone ERs.
Okay. And you brought up a good point. What time of night was it?
I believe it was 7. Yes. Yeah, it was 7 p.m.
And this map, is this a true and accurate depiction of San Antonio?
I'm gonna take the guy in the middle is gonna
No
make it.
objection.
Your Honor, I would offer state's exhibit number 4.
No
I don't
objection, Your
trust
Honor.
the two on the other side.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Come on, Judge Boy, just say no once. It would just throw her off. It would be hilarious.
Okay.
Adair, sometimes they're
Just to review.
gotta do 'em.
So this
My mom wasn't a
circle
good
with
one.
X is Southwest General
Approximately, yeah.
or Texas Vista, right? This
Mhm.
general area. And then we have, what you say, Fort Sam, you have the medical center over here. You have Northeast Baptist, you have Northeast Methodist, or no, this was Northeast Methodist. Which one was this?
That was a standalone emergency room.
Okay, it was just a standalone ER.
Mm.
So is it a fair assessment to say that there are more hospitals in the Northeast area than there are on the south side?
Correct.
And based on the condition of this child, how urgent did she need medical care?
She needed to go to the nearest facility.
I keep thinking he's gonna cry, which is just gonna. I can't do that.
Based on your observations of the child,
Yes, the nurse. When he
Do you
looked
have
at the
an opinion
picture, he
whether
just looked like he
she
was gonna
was-
cry.
had trauma on her body.
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, how much?
Literally from head to toe, there was trauma, front and back.
Did you check her mouth or her facial area as part of your exam?
Right. Initially to remove the food that was still in her mouth. And then after the fact, during assessing the body,
Okay.
um,
Did you see anything in her mouth area, if you remember?
in her mouth area, I don't remember exactly, but there was bruising in the general area.
Was there bruising on her face?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you notice anything about her hair?
She had an area of her head that was missing hair. It looked like it was missing.
Okay. Did you ever speak to the mother, Katrina Mendoza?
I did not.
Did you stay with Mercedes?
I did.
What happened after Mercedes was declared deceased?
Afterwards, we had called SAPD and CPS who were on scene, and the investigator for CPS was there, and he needed to take pictures for investigation. So it was my patient, and as a charge nurse, I was in there, and I was helping turn the body. I was turning the body so they could take the appropriate pictures.
Okay.
And then again for SAPD's investigator.
Did she have bruises? You said you turned her over. Did she have bruises on her backside?
All the way down, yes.
All the way down? Were they patchy, like one bruise and then another one? How continuous was the bruising?
They were all pretty approximated, different conditions of healing.
What would you refer to it as widespread?
Correct.
It covered her. I'll pass the witness room.
Defense.
Good morning, sir. My name is Teresa Connolly.
Good morning.
Thank you, sir. Did you know Mercedes had asthma? Was there anything about that in the admitting concept?
No,
Didn't know anything about it.
did not.
You were first alerted to this, as I understand, by the sound of the mother yelling, "Save my baby."
The mother was yelling, and my triage nurse was yelling.
She was yelling too, the nurse?
Right, that she had a child that wasn't breathing.
I'm sorry, what?
She had a child that wasn't breathing to let us know what
That
she
was
was
her
breathing.
first response, that the child was not breathing. Is that correct?
Some, yes, along those lines, yes.
When you touched the child, was she breathing?
When initially when I grabbed her, I wasn't assessing. I was taking her to the room so we could lay her down and start working and make that assessment.
In your report, you stated that she was cold.
Right.
What did that indicate to you?
That initially it could just indicates that she's cold, but there was no way for me to know why until the assessment.
You tried to take blood or put an IV in the child. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you said that the blood that you took out was very dark.
Correct.
And where were you able to take that blood from? What part of Mercedes' body?
We finally got access on the right side of her neck.
Right side there. There was some comment in here about you had to go to her shin.
Right. That was another attempt to gain access. That's intraosseous access. It's a drill we put into the bone.
Actually, a drill. And this was for the IV, wasn't it?
Right. Especially with children, it's something we use commonly.
Was she given any anesthesia before you drilled into her leg?
No,
Why not?
because it's the type of emergency situation it is. It's not required.
Because she wasn't breathing, right?
It's because of we were doing CPR.
But she wasn't breathing.
Correct.
If she had been alive, would you have given her an anesthesia before you put a drill on her leg?
Not necessarily.
Object to relevance.
Overruled.
Not necessarily. There are situations, especially when there's respiratory issues, that by protocol we can start an intraosseous on a child.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Intraosseous into the bone, the drill into the bone. That because of the situation and why they're coming in, we can start it, and we don't generally use anesthesia when we start them. But the majority of the time when we start them, the patient is not awake.
Thank you. My next notes say different stages of healing. Is that in regard to all the bruises?
Correct.
If any idea, can you estimate at all how old the oldest bruise might have been?
There's no way to tell exactly
Okay.
when or what, or when it could have happened, but you can differentiate between older and newer by their color.
Were there black and blue traces or yellow traces or red? Do you
Um,
remember any of that?
All of the above.
All of the above. Now, you said that you examined her various eyes, nose, whatnot. Did you notice anything particular about her eyes? Did you open them and take a look?
Unresponsive. They were, I'm sorry, not unresponsive. Yes, unresponsive to light.
Did they have any red specks in them?
Not that I recall. I don't
look for
recall.
that.
If it's one of those things that's obvious when you look, but
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
it's
that.
one of those things that if you see, you see it. When we open the eyes, we're looking for the responsiveness of the pupil.
You weren't looking to see if the eye itself manifested anything, just whether it was.
Not necessarily, not in that moment. No.
Thank you. Now, there was food in her mouth. And you said, if I understand you, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you had to pull it out to open her airwaves. Is that right?
Correct.
Did she say airwaves?
Would that have made a difference for an asthmatic to have blocked airways?
If she was having an asthma attack, definitely would make it harder for them to try to take in air.
But you have no information that she was having an asthma attack, do you?
Right.
I thought so. Yes, he said
And the
bananas.
problem with an asthma attack is that the blood doesn't get oxygen. Is that correct?
That can happen. Correct. The airways close down and they can't take air in.
Did you wonder why a mother was feeding a 5-year-old child?
Of course, we try to. I mean, it's something that was stated and thought about, but I didn't think about that deeply. It was other things we were doing.
Did anybody ask her why she was feeding a 5-year-old child?
Objective speculation.
Overruled.
That I recall, no, not that I heard or that I recall.
Yes. And can be deadly.
You mentioned with rhabdomyolysis that you actually had it yourself.
A mild case.
You lived.
Right.
Good.
I appreciate that.
Wow, really? Wow. I can't believe she just said that.
When you had CPS in the room, do you recall any of the conversation?
With the CPS.
Yes.
Calls for hearsay.
Overruled. Just answer the question, not what anybody said.
I did.
She asked him that Maya, whatever they're talking about of the muscle breaking down. She said, "You had that, correct?" And he said, "I did." And she said, "And you survived." And he said, "I did." And she said, "Good." Why? That was rude. And it was a shot at that poor little girl. Like, well, she didn't. Why would you say that?
Did they, as a result of your conversation with CPS, did you understand that they were familiar with this case?
Object to hearsay.
I didn't ask for hearsay. I said.
All right, so everyone, stop talking over each other. Everyone
didn't
make
ask
your
for
legal
hearsay.
objection and I'll make a ruling. And your objection is hearsay?
It calls for hearsay.
All right, and what is your response, counsel?
All right, I didn't ask for hearsay. I said as a result of the conversation, what did he observe?
You may answer that question.
Can you be more specific? What did I observe as far?
Any indication that they had been familiar with the case?
After the fact, after,
Object to.
All right, so counsel, re-ask your question.
As a result of your conversation with CPS, do you recall that they indicated a familiarity with Mercedes' case,
not initially,
but at some point?
correct.
Thank you.
She's a good judge, Adair.
Anybody else? No further questions. Ask the witness.
Anybody else?
One final question, if you can answer it. How quickly, once the heart stops circulating, how quickly does it take for the blood to become dark like that? What kind of time frame?
It's not easy to say, but it can take a little bit of time because there's still going to be oxygen in the blood for.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It calls for speculation on
Sustained.
Mr. Shabante's part.
Is there like a minimum time? I'm not necessarily in how far it can possibly go, but a minimum. Is it going to be more than 5 minutes?
More than 5 minutes, correct.
Is it going to be more than 10 minutes?
Most likely.
No further questions.
Mr. Cervantes, the cause of death that you have on your records here indicates cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
That's not, we're not determining cause of death. We're determining her state when she comes in,
Or, I'm sorry, her
her
what?
condition when she comes in.
Cardiac arrest is on there. What is the title of the place where cardiac arrest is written on that report?
What page are we on?
Don't know, you have it. Thank you.
Unable to respond reason, is that what we're talking about? So there's a part here where during the triage, where it's asking questions, different kinds of questions, general questions we ask all the patients, and when we say that they unable to respond, we have to ask why, we have to state why.
And
And
the answer was,
cardiac arrest.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. No other questions, Your Honor. Yes, the witness.
Just one clarification question. If someone came in with a head trauma, say a subdural hematoma, and then they stopped having a pulse, before you knew it was a hematoma, is it safe that you would probably put cardiac arrest?
Correct.
Okay, so it just means the heart's not pumping.
It means the heart stop.
Okay. It's not a cause of death.
Right.
No further questions.
But it could be.
What's that?
Cardiac arrest could be.
That objection will be overruled. You can remain seated when you ask your question. Ask your question, and if you can answer it, answer it.
Cardiac arrest can be and determine, and there could be but you have to, it's the ME's job to determine what caused the cardiac arrest.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. No more questions. Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
He's excused from the state, Your Honor.
Anybody? No? He's excused from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is that you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. You're not allowed to view anything about this case. Do you understand?
Correct. Yes.
All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Cahill.
Hamilton may not make it.
If you'll leave the exhibits, please. No problem.
He's gonna take him home with him.
Thanks. Who is this Ryan Cahill? It's a what?
All right, if you'll take a seat here, please.
Yes, please.
Who are you?
Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give would be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Bad
All right, you can lower
camera
your hand, have a seat.
shot.
Make sure you keep your voice up so members of the jury and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
Ryan Cahill.
State.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cahill, did you used to be called something different than Mr. Cahill?
Yes, I was formerly Officer Cahill with the San Antonio Police Department.
Thank you. And you no longer work for San Antonio Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
When did you stop working for San Antonio Police Department?
About the middle of 2022.
Okay, like summer? Was that-
Yes.
And when did you start your career with San Antonio Police Department?
About the summer of 2017.
Okay, so that's, if my math is correct and better than Brittany's, it was what, 6 years?
A little under 5 years, I believe.
Okay.
It's
We're
not
both
better than Brittany's.
She's
She's flirting with
so-
you.
tell the jury, well, I'm sorry, prior to working with San Antonio Police Department, did you have any previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was with the U.S. Army for about 8 years as a military police K-9 officer.
Okay, and what, so after the military, that's when you joined SAPD, is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I was released early from the military to be able to join SAPD.
And can you tell the jury about your career with SAPD?
Yes, I was with SAP for a little under 5 years. I worked on South Patrol as a patrol officer. About a year before I left, I was certified as a field training officer and performed as a field training officer for that final year of my service there.
Okay, I'm gonna back you up a little bit. You mentioned
Yeah,
South
she
Patrol.
is.
What does South Patrol mean?
So basically, we patrol the southern part of San Antonio.
Oh, Stormy, I'm
Kind
thinking.
of goes all the way from the west to pretty much the east side, but that whole southern section, basically below the median line of San Antonio.
Okay, and what shift did you typically work?
It was T shift.
What does that mean?
We went in at 5 p.m. We would get out at about 3 in the morning. It was we called it like a power shift that would overlap the busiest times of the day to assist the other shifts. It's kind of the more active times of the day.
Okay, and you talked about being a field training officer. What duties do you have as a field training officer?
So as an FTO, my primary duty is to assist the probationary officers with their training and their transitions to becoming a full-time independent officer on their own. What I do is I primarily review their reports, watch them while they're at the calls. If there's anything that they need assistance with or they're struggling with, that's when I'll kind of step in, kind of make sure that nothing goes anywhere it shouldn't go. If there's something that they haven't experienced before, they're not struggling with it, and kind of assist them through the calls with whatever who were there to help needs and any questions that they have.
So basically, you're training new officers.
Correct.
Okay, so I want to kind of talk about that a little bit more. Just in general, what training does an officer go through when becoming a full-fledged officer with San Antonio Police Department?
So after you go through the academy, which is several months long, then you're going to have a 3-month period where you'll spend in the FTO program as a probationary officer. You're rotated through 3 FTOs. You'll spend 1 month with each FTO. You'll be at different substations around the city, so that way you kind of get exposure to all different environments and different types of calls and things like that. At the end of your 3-month period, you'll spend 2 weeks in evaluations with 2 other officers that you have no experience with, who are also FTOs, and they'll evaluate you over those 2 weeks based off of a rating scale. And then you have to pass that. If you pass that, you'll be certified as a full officer to be able to work independently on your own. If you don't pass it, you'll go back into remedial training. You'll basically do another month or whatever is needed with additional FTOs until you're able to pass your certification.
Okay. And so specifically focusing on the FTO portion that you talked about, where they are with 3 different field training officers, are there different phases and levels to that training that they go through?
Yes, there is. There's 3 phases, and kind of the point of the 3 phases is to give them more responsibility as time goes on. Being that, they just got out of the academy, they have a lot of the textbook experience, but they don't have a lot of the interactive real world experience because it's hard to train that in the academy. So we're it's almost a handoff, if you will, as far as giving them more and more responsibility as they go.
And are you or were you a certified peace officer?
Yes.
Okay, so are you currently still or?
Yes, currently for this year, my certification will lapse if I don't complete the required courses by the end of the year.
Okay, and just why did you leave San Antonio Police Department?
Your Honor, object to relevance.
How's this relevant?
I mean, Judge, I want to make sure he left on good terms.
All right, the objection is sustained.
Were you working as a San Antonio police officer on February 7th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
At that point in time, were you training anyone?
Yes, I was.
Who were you training?
Officer Losoya,
What phase of her training was she in?
I believe she was in 3rd phase.
And a little bit more than what we've already talked about. What does 3rd phase fully mean?
So 3rd phase, what I typically do and most FTOs do in 3rd phase is we're mostly giving the probationary officer the full independence at the calls, and we're kind of just a secondary we fill more of a cover officer role unless there's just something that we need to step in for or something they haven't encountered in their previous phases. But pretty much at that phase, they're mostly operating on their own.
On February 7th, were you dispatched to a case involving a Mercedes Losoya?
Yes, I was.
Where were you dispatched to?
At the time, it's called Texas Vista Hospital.
Okay. Why do you say at the time?
It changed its name several times, and then now it's currently, as far as I know, no longer in operation.
Why were you dispatched to Texas Vista?
We were dispatched for a DOA of a child.
What does DOA mean?
Basically means that the individual was brought in unresponsive or was found unresponsive at some point and is basically believed to be or has been pronounced deceased.
Okay. In fact, what does DOA stand for?
Dead on arrival.
And so tell me, when you have a field training officer, how does that look? Do you ride together? Do you ride separately?
Yes, we ride together. And as I said, I kind of perform as a cover officer, kind of doing what she needs and just kind of he or she, and then kind of helping them out with whatever they may need or stepping in if needed. But we're pretty much always attached because it is my responsibility as the FTO to make sure that nothing does happen that shouldn't happen and make sure that I'm watching over that officer as well.
Okay. So is it fair to say that everything that you're saying you did that day, you did with Officer Losoya?
Correct.
What happened when you arrived to Texas Vista?
Immediately upon arrival, we got a briefing from the staff there who told us that there was.
Sustained.
I'm going to stop you real quick. You're not allowed to talk about what people told you.
Okay.
So you got a briefing, and without saying what they told you, what did you do next?
Okay. I got a briefing. From that, we went to the room where Mercedes' mother was located. We made contact with her, and then.
Let's stop you real quick. Okay. You said Mercedes' mother. Do you remember her name?
Yes, Katrina.
Do you remember her last name?
Katrina Mendoza.
Okay. And so while talking to her, just what was her demeanor?
So her demeanor was, she was, in my opinion, in my experience, with talking to a lot of individuals and a lot of interviews, she was attempting to appear very upset. But I do not feel, based off my experience, that she was legitimately upset. That it appeared that she was, by my experience, it appeared that she was more forcing the emotions rather than truly feeling the emotions.
How long did you talk to Katrina Mendoza?
It was several times that we kind of went in and out of the room with different things. If I had to put a time total, maybe a total time about an hour or so, broken up over different time periods.
Okay, so this initial time that you're talking to her, who was all in the room?
At the time, it was just me, Officer Losoya, and Katrina. And there, at one point in the beginning, the doctor that pronounced the deceased was in the room, but that was just at the beginning.
Okay. And in course of your investigation, did you learn that Katrina has any other children?
Yes, I did.
And how many other children does she have?
At the time, I was aware of one,
Do you know that other child's name?
Jordan.
Okay. Did this cause you any concerns?
Yes, definitely.
And what were your concerns?
My concerns was at that time, I had observed Mercedes's body at that point and saw the extent of the injuries and the condition of her. And based off that, it immediately caused a high concern for me that if there's any other children involved, that we needed to immediately get them into custody, because if they were in any potential danger to what it appeared Mercedes had gone through, then we needed to try and get them to safety as soon as possible.
Yes.
Yeah, the sad thing is not always is that all the other kids are in trouble, as
Officer.
we've seen.
I'm still gonna call you Officer. Officer Cahill, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 3. Is this the condition you saw Mercedes in that night?
Yes, it is.
Can you take a minute and just, in your own words, describe what you saw Mercedes looking like?
Yes. When I went in, saw Mercedes, she at the time was covered with an apron. When I pulled back the apron, the injuries that she had sustained were clearly not something that under any circumstances could have ever been perceived as accidental. It was extensive injuries that were over multiple lengthy periods of time. She was covered from head to toe, her whole body in bruises, significant bruising. A large majority of her hair had been removed from her head. She had what appeared to be burn marks on her feet. I was informed that she had a soft spot on her skull, and it was basically there was no possibility that this wasn't a long.
That'll be sustained.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you another question, okay? You already expressed that you had concerns for Jordan's well-being. Were your concerns due to the extreme amount of injuries you saw on Mercedes?
Yes.
Due to that concern, what did you do?
At that time, we went and I talked with Katrina and was able to gain the information that her, at the time, she said boyfriend was in custody of the other child. And due to the extensive injuries that I observed on Mercedes and the possibility of, we didn't know who at that time had caused these injuries, I wanted to try and get both her boyfriend and the child to the hospital so we can make contact with them and take custody of the child. And then Katrina called.
I'm gonna pause you real quick. Sorry. So you said boyfriend. Did you learn who her boyfriend was at the time?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jose Ruiz.
Did you have an opportunity at some point in the night to make contact with Jose Ruiz?
Yes, I did.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you identify him by an article of his clothing?
Yes, he's wearing a blue jacket.
Let the record reflect he has identified the defendant. Okay. I believe you mentioned asking Katrina about Jordan.
Yes.
Correct. Without saying what she says, what do you observe her to do?
She used her phone and made a phone call.
Okay. On this phone call, what was her demeanor?
At first, she was trying to um, coordinate with the other individual on the end of the phone. And then she became extremely agitated and irate, began yelling and screaming.
Okay. And did that continue for the remainder of the phone call?
Yes, it did. And after.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said and after?
Yes.
Um. Oh, in your work as a San Antonio police officer, do you wear a body camera?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and we've talked about Officer Losoya. Was she also wearing a body worn camera?
Yes, she was.
Are those in use while you are at a call?
Yes.
Are they constantly recording?
Yes, it's required by our policy that the moment we get the call or we're going to make contact with any individual of the public, that the body worn cam is activated and it remains activated until we complete that interaction.
How do body worn cameras get logged?
So when we activate them, we deactivate them. At the end of the day, we put the body worn cameras into their charging docks. They're automatically uploaded into the servers and then they're stored in the servers.
How are they connected to a case?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How are they connected to a case?
So they're usually connected to the case by time frame. It's basically the system tries to say this officer, which is your body cam, is basically attached to you as the officer. This officer was on these calls during this time, and that camera would be attached to the call that you're on during that time.
Okay, is it fair to say that you don't have to attach it, the system does it automatically?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
So I wonder if you just grab a body cam each day, like at the beginning of your shift off the charger. So I always just thought they always had their own. I mean, maybe they do.
Okay. It's okay, Hal, I'm showing you what I've marked as states exhibits 5 and 6. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
Through these are my initials and the date that I wrote on them.
Okay, have you had opportunity to watch both of these prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I have.
And are they portions of your body worn camera from February 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the events that occurred that day?
Yes, they are.
All right. Don't let us down, Judge Boyd. Show us the body cam if you can.
And I'm sorry, Officer Cahill.
Maybe
Um,
not.
May I approach again, Judge?
Yes.
Are both of these from your body worn camera?
One of them is from mine, and then the other one is from Loseria's when we're standing together.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you already said that. So I'm going to clarify. States Exhibit 5 is that whose body camera is that from?
That is from Officer Loseria's.
Okay, and you already testified you've watched this in its entirety before coming to court today.
Yes, I have.
Were you present for the entirety of this video?
Yes.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
You know, he has no idea that he's the only one on the screen right now. I think the attorney got sad when she saw the wedding ring. She's like, darn it. Wanted my own Viking. He does know how to use a microphone, though, so he gets all the credit for that. He is right in that microphone. He needs to show everybody else. But maybe we probably won't get to see this body cam because if it's him looking at her, I don't want to see it. He just doesn't know. So do you feel like somebody's watching you, sir? Do you feel like a lot of people are watching you? What are you thinking about right now? What are you going to have for lunch? Ooh, he looks like he's looking at us. He's like, I'm uncomfortable. Oh, jury's leaving. Man, that camera is at a bad level for him. Yeah, you'll have to let us know, Stormy, because I don't know. I don't think can't think that I have covered another trial in Texas. Well, maybe. All right, what's happening? I didn't have time to go through this and get timestamps. We certainly do. We certainly do. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Stormy, you're gonna have to get more specific than that, sadly. Oh, the Border Patrol agent? Um, yeah, his name wasn't Cahill. What was his name? You know, Gabby, I watched that. I don't know if there was. There's past. I think it was Taco Bell. I think it might have been Taco Bell, or maybe McDonald's. I don't know. There was fast food. Uh, I don't know. It wasn't Alvarez, was it? His last name? You guys will probably find it before me. Aviles, yeah. Yeah. I don't remember that name though, but that doesn't mean anything. Yes. And he is awful. What he did to that little baby. She must have broke this up into two sessions, maybe. Oh, sorry. There you go, ladies. You're welcome. Would you like me to rewind it? I'm not sure what I think about his haircut, to be honest with you. I don't like the very back, how it's just very straight. Oh, no, he's a good looking fellow. I'll give him that. He has the very intense eyes. Like, they'll just stare a hole through your soul and write you a ticket for speeding. All right, come on. I got him back up there, and yep, your nails are clean. Your beard's all good. Gabby. It's- I swear, it's like he can hear us. He's like, uh-oh, Gabby knows my secret. How did she know that? Oh my goodness. He's like, I feel somewhere there's women talking about me. And then he smiles weirdly. That's creepy. I'll just let him smile. He is not bad. There we go. There you go. I'm just going to stand up again. You behave, Chrissy. He's a good-looking fella. He is a good-looking fella. Chrissy's like, he can arrest me anytime. I've been a bad girl, officer. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Well, you know. What are you talking about, Hamilton? I thought you really wanted to know. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I can see that. He does. That MC TV show. MC. Yeah, I couldn't think of I was trying to think of all right, you got it. I don't know what they're doing other than just giving him screen time. Oh, she's very okay with this screen time. think I hear somebody mowing their yard. We saw somebody mowing their yard Sunday. Like, it's March, people. Well, it looks like it's just him. That's really weird. I don't mind mowing the lawn. It's kind of just my quiet time because I have a lot to mow. But the funny thing is, I only get tan. I only get tan all on the front, and then the back of my legs they're white. And there's a definite line going down my legs from sitting on the mower. So everybody be like, "You're really tan." I'm like, "Wait till I turn around." All right, let me see what else she did. Sorry, Chrissy. It's just me now. That surely wasn't the end of the day. It's Well, hang tight there, Chrissy. I said sorry, it's just me now. I apologized. There, he's back. Just still doing the same thing. I don't know. All right. I swear sometimes it looks like he's looking at us. Maybe we want him to look at us. I know she's going to talk here in a second.
So with regards to State's Exhibit number 6, has that been redacted?
Yes, Judge. I have labeled that as 6A at this point.
All right.
Okay, 6A is the Keiko.
Correct. Cahill body cam that with the further redactions, redacting out the any mentions of any weapon or ammo.
Okay. So
Seriously?
actions and have no objection with regard.
All right, so then you can offer that State's Exhibit 6A. You can offer that in front of the jury. And then if there are no objections, there are no objections.
Thank you, Judge.
Deputy Mejia, I think she's lining them up. Could you let her know we're ready for them?
Why would they have to take that out? It's like she's using YouTube rules. Don't talk about ammo.
All right, we are, and sorry, both parties, with regards to State's Exhibit number 5, defense, your objection, the court did sustain that objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, to the jury.
Sorry, Chrissy, didn't mean to put that right over his face. There you go. But then there's that.
Oh, please be seated. We stand for you.
Chrissy's gonna Chrissy's gonna be able to come back
All right,
after this
everyone, you
long
may be
stand.
seated. All right, stated still your witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, state would offer an evidence previously tendered to defense exhibit 6A.
Any objections? No, Your Honor. All right, state's exhibit number 6A is admitted without objection.
May we publish to the jury, Judge?
Yes.
Whoop, sorry. I was trying to move the captions.
And Officer Cahill, just to kind of refresh the jury's memory, what is happening on this video?
On this video, I made contact with Jose and I'm basically asking him what information he has about the incident or anything involved with what we're there investigating.
I think Chrissy's she's just in a trance right now. I hope we at least get to hear it, I guess.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going, sir?
Hit the beeps.
What's your name? Jose? Jose, okay, so you know everything that's going on with everything here?
I know a little bit, yeah.
Okay, you wanna just step out and tell me, I guess, what's going on?
I honestly don't want to be involved with it, just, but honestly.
I understand that, I understand you wanna be involved, I mean, that's,
I have to step out.
yeah, just cause I just wanna talk to you out here, obviously, I don't know you or anything, you don't know me or anything like that, we're just gonna talk here, just like I'm talking with everyone here, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on right now. Okay, you used to leave it here, it's fine. No, you can leave it here, it's fine. No, it's all right, you can leave it here, we gotta block your front.
And I'm just pausing it for a second. Officer Cahill, the other voice besides Jose that we are hearing but not seeing on the video, whose voice is that?
That is my voice.
Yeah, I'll turn it off in a second. All right, so tell me what happens.
Well, she was having problems breathing with this thing because the mom fed her or something. Like what she threw up was soup and other shit. I don't know. Well, anyways, she was having a hard time breathing, like a hard time breathing.
Okay.
Like I already knew what it was from, and all of a sudden I took to the hospital. And it was from the food in her lungs. That's what I'm guessing. She was having a hard time breathing, and every time I threw her on my back, and like like a baby, she was like that. And I don't know, she was fine. After that little pair, she was fine. And then out of nowhere, she's laying on her side and she's just throwing up constantly.
Right.
And I guess like
What was she throwing up?
like liquid, like what she ate.
Was it clear?
No, that was what she ate. What she
Okay.
ate. There was soup,
Right.
like she ate noodles, the animal cup, and the fucking applesauce.
Okay. How long was she not feeling good that she was throwing up?
Honestly, don't know, because I wasn't there. I was just there to everything else, to the last part.
Oh,
Because she was at over there at her house.
okay. You know who stays over there with her?
No,
Is it just her by herself?
I don't know.
You're not sure?
I got my comment, maybe like. Not even a year.
Not even yet. Okay, it's like on and off a year
Yeah,
or?
it's on and off.
Okay. And she didn't
Sounds
ever
like a
live
liar.
like that?
Yeah, one time.
One time? How long was that?
No, like one microphone.
Month ago? Okay. So I know you said that you're not really sure if you weren't, I guess, in the picture with going out for childcare and everything like that. Are you frequently around the kids or is it normal for you not to see them for a couple days?
Yeah, it's normal for not, like, because we get in my little arguments over
Yeah.
there, you know.
Like how often do you think you see the picture? How often do you think you see the kids?
Oh, whenever she used to live with me, I saw my thing, because I always.
And what was that?
Like a month,
So a month ago she moved out?
yeah,
Like 3 weeks or like a month?
about
Like 4 weeks?
I said about a month. Because I just got my apartment, I didn't want to.
Okay. So you usually see the kids for a few days now. When was the last time you saw them prior to that? 3 days ago? Okay, and how are they doing?
They're doing good. Like 2 days ago, she was doing good too. I saw
They weren't sick at all or anything like that?
She wasn't sick, but she was like fatigued.
Like, okay.
You could tell she was getting sick.
You have like any injuries or anything like that?
Not that I know. She was walking fine, talking fine, everything, like,
Nothing
you
that
even
you
asked
can say,
her,
right?
she was, we were talking, she told me yesterday, she was fine, she was eating, talking, everything.
Okay.
And then I'm guessing she got in.
Give me 1 second. Okay, so 3 days ago or something like that, I guess, last night, something.
Yeah, like,
And
and
then,
then she was telling me she saw her last night, yesterday, she was fine, like, she was walking fine.
yeah. So then today, what changed? Like, how did it?
Oh, I don't know, she just called me and tell me you need to come, I'm like, man, she just said you need to come. I don't come, and then I showed up, but
You want like, what do you mean, I'm gonna come out?
No. she was like, she sounds scared, you know, so I didn't even ask her.
Where, yeah,
I was in the back, she was like,
at the friend's house. Okay. So she was at the friend's house and she was like, you need to come here. And the friend lives in an apartment, same apartment complex?
yeah.
Okay. So, same apartment complex, you walked over there?
No, I was on the street, I was on the village actually. There's
Okay.
something.
So you drove back to the
Yeah,
apartment
I
complex?
drove over there.
Okay, and when you pulled up to the apartment complex, what was going on?
She was like having trouble breathing. Just laying there. She was conscious and everything. She was having trouble breathing. That's all.
Okay.
And she was fine. We got her fine. Like I was over her bed, chatting her like, but and she was fine.
And what was
Nothing. We were just handling the situation. Like she was fine.
Hey, can you just stand out there? You just give me 1 second, I just gotta talk to, hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going, sir? What's your name?
All right, Officer Cahill, was that the extent of you talking to Jose that evening?
No. The full extent of us talking?
Hello?
Okay, let me be clear. Did you talk to Jose about what happened to Mercedes any further this evening?
I mean, I believe we did have more conversations throughout the night. For the remainder of the night, we were in contact with Jose and then
Hey, Wendy.
eventually when we were transporting him as well.
I don't know.
With what we just heard, Jose told you, and based on your training and experience, was what he told you consistent with Mercedes' condition and how you saw her?
No, it was not.
And why do you say that?
A lot of the descriptions that he was using, as far as her being fine, multiple times saying she was fine. The injuries that I saw,
Object to speculation here.
All right, that'll be overruled.
the injuries that I saw were not something that had happened within a 3-day period, where he had said the last time that he was with her was 3 days ago. These were injuries that were far beyond 3 days, and the condition that she was in and those injuries, which were very apparent to be much farther past 3 days. Myself, I would never be able to look at a child in that condition and ever describe them as fine.
And going back to what Jose had told you, did he in fact describe an illness or something of the sorts that he had seen within those last 3 days?
Yes, he described her as fatigued.
Okay. How long did Jose say it had been since Katrina and Mercedes and Jordan had lived with him, if you remember?
He said approximately a month.
Based on your training and experience, did you find that his answers were consistent to you?
Your Honor, I object to speculation.
Overruled.
I can't wait to hear
Based
questioning
on my
from.
training experience, no, I did not feel like his answers were consistent.
I also object to an opinion by a lay witness.
Sustained.
Just
The
back in
jury
my
be,
day.
Instructed to disregard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're instructed to disregard the last answer.
Pass the witness.
Defense?
Oh, here we go.
Officer Cahill, we all just saw that video, correct?
Microphone.
And you would agree with me that Jose was cooperative with you, correct?
Yes, he was being proper.
And he responded to your questions, correct?
Yes, he did.
And there was no, you had no difficulty with him in that interaction, correct? I mean, from
Not-
what we saw, was there any?
From what you saw, no.
Okay. And what you observed with Katrina was her, I believe you said that, she did not appear authentic. Is that what you said?
Yes,
That she appeared to, sort of be trying to feign emotion that she didn't really have.
yes,
And the way she responded, you would agree, would be a way that no mother, real mother, would respond.
Judge, I'm gonna object to opinion testimony.
Sustained.
Okay. Her response, was she crying when you interacted with her?
she was trying to give the appearance that she was crying.
And, but in fact, her demeanor was, sort of, do you see anger? And, like, was she angry? Did you have a hot temper? Did it appear to you?
The anger I saw was in her conversation with Jose.
But she was aggressive, correct?
When they were interacting, yes.
And she, based on your interaction with her, she was evasive in the information she was giving you, right?
I wouldn't say evasive. She was answering the questions, but I would say I didn't believe that she was giving me the full story, that she was, I believe she was telling me her version of something, but yes. but she was-
Self-serving, would you agree? Self-serving?
I'm gonna object to an opinion.
That'll be
Speculation.
sustained.
Her demeanor was, it surprised you a little bit?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
Overruled.
Whoa, I guess.
I don't know if I could say it surprised me. As an officer, we kind of have to be ready to encounter whatever we're going to encounter in the situation. I guess as opposed to surprising me, it raised flags that I needed to investigate the situation a lot more.
Okay. So based on your interaction with her, Katrina's response and her way she was acting raised red flags to you, correct?
Yes, about the situation, yes.
Okay. But you had never met Katrina before that night, correct?
Correct,
Nor had you ever met Jose before, correct?
correct.
He's gonna have abs of steel leaning back and
This
forth
time.
to that microphone.
Officer Cahill, you just talked about Katrina and how you didn't believe she was being authentic. Did you believe that Jose was being authentic?
No, I believe they were both fine.
Your Honor, I would object to opinion and hearsay.
Judge,
And ask for a ruling on my objection and that the jury be instructed to disregard.
Judge, I believe she opened the door.
All right, could parties approach?
I think they're just trying to keep this fella on the witness stand a little longer. Oh, hello. You're not as old as I thought you were. I take back. You don't look as old as I thought you did from a distance. Well, that was quick. Oh, I
All
think
right, the
she
objection is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, you're
Ooh.
to disregard that last answer.
I agreed with you, Hamilton.
State,
Thank you, Judge. Officer Cahill, did Jose show any concern for Mercedes?
I don't believe so.
Different to ask you questions about Katrina having a conversation with Jose. I believe you've already answered this, but what was Katrina's demeanor during that phone conversation?
So she started off by basically trying to follow what I was asking her to do, to have the child brought to the hospital. There was a discussion about the phone, and as soon as the discussion about
Your Honor, I would object to the hearsay.
sustained.
at one
Excuse
point.
me. All right, yeah. Once an objection is made, I'll make a ruling. If you don't understand my ruling, just let me know. I sustain the objection, so they're going to ask you another question.
Judge, can we approach?
No. Ask your next question.
Well, Judge, at this time, I believe defense, by talking about the phone conversation between Katrina and Jose, has opened the door, and we'd like to reoffer State's Exhibit 5 under excited utterance.
All right, that objection will be, well, I'm sorry, do you have any objection to that?
Yes, I do have an objection to that because I don't believe that door's been opened. I don't believe that kind of thing that could open the
All
door.
right, outside of the door not being opened, which is what you're saying, what are your other objections, or do you have other objections?
Yes, I have other objections. First of all, I didn't ask about the contents of the conversation, just her demeanor. So I want to be clear about that. And I believe it's hearsay, irrelevant, and prejudicial.
All right, the objection to hearsay will be sustained.
Well, that lady is winning lots of objections compared to
I'll
the
pass
other
the
one. Maybe
witness.
they should switch seats.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused or subject to recall?
He's excused from the state.
Subject to recall.
All
And
right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. You're not allowed to view anything. One of the parties may call you back, so make sure you're available.
and Judge, he isn't he lives out of state.
All right, so one of the parties may call you back. Make sure you're available. All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Julie Rummel.
He's like, oh, good. What's that? Thanks, Judge. The state tried to help you there, officer. Good news, Chrissy. He may be back.
All right, if you'll take a seat here, please. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, please.
Julie Rummel.
All right, make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury and the court reporter can hear.
Yes.
State.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Rummel.
Good afternoon.
Can you please spell your last name for the court reporter?
Rummel.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice as a captain.
What do you do?
I run a shift, run a unit in Hondo, Texas.
How long have you been doing that?
I started in 2011, left for Child Protective Services, and then came back in August of 2022.
So you said you left for
Child Protective Services,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? How long did you work with Child Protective Services?
I believe 2.5 years.
Were you working with Child Protective Services in February of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
What were your duties back then?
I would investigate all cases. I was on the night unit. We'd be working from Tuesday through Friday from 1 p.m. to midnight. And I would investigate all the cases that came in that I was assigned by my supervisor.
How did those cases, how did this case come into CPS to support you're gonna send an investigator?
It depends. The hospital would call in the case, law enforcement, or concerned citizens.
What kind of steps did you, or what things do you do as a CPS investigator?
As CPS investigator, I would investigate all types of cases from neglect all the way up to child fatalities.
How do you go about investigating kind of like police officers do? Like what steps do you take to investigate?
First, I
different
would
cases?
interview family members, friends close to the family, collaterals, which our friends, contacts of the family would give us, and also make sure the children were safe.
And during your time as an investigator, you said that you worked kind of like a shift that lasts all kind of like afternoon and evening up till midnight.
That's correct, ma'am.
Back on February 7th, 2022, were you sent anywhere regarding a child by the name of Mercedes Losoya?
I was sent to a hospital. I can't remember the name of the hospital though.
Does Texas Vista sound familiar?
Yes.
Sad she left.
And is that here in San Antonio?
Yes, ma'am.
Jail.
Do you know if the hospital is still operating?
It's a hard
I'm not
job.
sure.
So when you were dispatched, were you told what kind of call it was, or
I was informed it was a child fatality.
what happened when you first got to the hospital? Who did you first make contact with?
I first made contact with, I believe, the officer and that was watching over Jordan, the sibling of Mercedes. And then I made contact with the medical personnel as well to find out the logistics of everything that occurred. That way I can contact my supervisor.
And kind of what's the purpose of kind of getting all that initial information from people?
In a case like that, it was to meet with the district attorney so we could file for a removal of Jordan from the mother.
So at that night, did you also see Mercedes?
I did.
Did you see her before or after you spoke to her sister Jordan?
After.
So when you came in, do you know about what time you got to the hospital? Was it late at night?
I know it was evening time and it was already dark, but I don't know exactly what time.
What was your primary purpose for being at the hospital that night?
My primary purpose was to ensure that Jordan was safe that night.
When you made contact with Jordan, was she there at the hospital?
She was.
What types of things do you do when talking to a child like Jordan to make sure they're okay?
I talk to them. I get down on their level to make sure that they're feel safe and secure with me first before we take any further steps. Because if they don't feel safe and secure with us, then they might be more hesitant to go with us. I ensured that she was doing okay and she was seen by medical personnel as well.
How long were you able to talk to Jordan that night?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall how old she was?
I want to say about 6, if I recall correctly.
What was her demeanor at that point when you talked to her?
She was still her happy self. She wasn't aware of anything that occurred yet. So she was still happy, very talkative. We made sure we got her some food and made sure she ate that evening, and then, got her in a safe place that night.
Did you or the medical personnel inspect her for injuries?
Yes.
Did she have any injuries that you observed?
No, not that I observed.
How did she present in terms of clothing and appearance?
She appeared clean from what I remember. I believe the hospital gave her a stuffed animal, if I remember correctly. But as far as her demeanor, she was well nourished and clean.
And you said that at some point that night you also viewed Mercedes' body, correct?
I did.
Gabby's driving,
Your Honor?
Yes.
in case anybody was wondering. Maybe. She might be walking.
So you have already been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 3. Is this Mercedes in that photo?
Yes,
Okay, and is this how she appeared when you were viewing her in the hospital that night?
yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7. Do you recognize the 2 girls in this photograph?
Yes, that's Mercedes and Jordan.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of what Jordan especially looked like back then?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recognize both children?
Yes, ma'am.
They would offer State Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit number 7 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
I just have turkeys in the road, Gabby.
So the girl on the left, who's that?
That's Jordan.
Okay. And then the girl in the middle, who's that?
That's Mercedes.
Is Jordan older or younger than Mercedes?
She's
Oh,
older.
She's older. Do you know by how much?
I want to say give or take 2 years.
I think she's that white.
And you said that she at that point did not know what had happened to her sister.
That's correct.
Let me turn off the slit so it's not blaring at everybody.
Turkeys are delicious. Oops.
When you went in and saw Mercedes, what was the condition of her body?
It was very bruised, teeth missing, toenails missing. There were little like thumbtack wounds on the bottom of her feet as well.
I don't
Clumps of hair
understand.
missing. It was very, very bad.
Would it be safe to say those were extensive injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anybody else from CPS with you that night?
It was Special Investigator Anthony Adame.
And was he doing the investigation with you?
Yes, we were running it together.
And which one of you ended up being the primary investigator on the case?
I guess I was the one that would have to close out the case and everything.
But you two worked together, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And was he also in the room with you when you interviewed Jordan?
I don't recall.
Was he in the room with you when you observed Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys have to take photographs of
Yes,
Mercedes?
ma'am.
And were you in the room when those photographs were taken?
I was the one taking the photographs. Yes.
Okay. Do you remember,
No
did you
comment.
speak to anybody else that night about what had happened? Did you speak to Katrina or Jose or anyone else that night?
I believe I spoke to her dad, if I remember correctly, and her stepmom outside of the hospital.
Katrina's dad and stepmom? Or-
Yes.
Okay. What's the next step in the investigation you guys did?
We filed for the removal of Jordan. I placed her in a home and then set Jordan up for a forensic interview.
So tell the jury what a forensic interview is.
A forensic interview is conducted at Child Safe, where there's special interviewers that know exactly what questions to ask regarding severe cases, one similar like this.
So
That's
it's
what you
conducted
want-
by
that's
a
what you wanna
different
go with.
person, is the one who does the interviewing.
That's correct, ma'am.
Are you guys in the room when the kids are interviewed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what do you guys do during the interview?
We're watching over a video, kind of like a Zoom, but it's just a video from one room to the other.
And what is Child Safe?
Child Safe is a place where they conduct interviews with anywhere from ranging from a sexual abuse case to child fatality case, more severe cases where an investigator with CPS would not be conducting the interview.
To your knowledge, is Child Safe an investigative entity or is it more neutral?
It's neutral.
And so you said that you got Jordan scheduled for a forensic, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Do you recall when that interview took place?
I do not.
Okay, would it have been in the next day or so after this?
That's correct.
After you arrived at the hospital and spoke to Jordan, did Jordan have any further contact with her mother or with Jose Ruiz?
She did not.
So she was removed immediately that night
Yes, ma'am.
and immediately placed in CPS's care.
That's correct, ma'am.
After the forensic interview, you said you watched it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, ma'am.
Okay. What is the next step that you took?
We were trying to find family members that would have been suitable to place Jordan in and continue to ensure that she was safe where she was placed.
Do you recall if you went anywhere else as part of your investigation to anyone's house or apartment?
I did go to a couple family members' house and then where she was placed with her, I want to say her great great aunt. I went to her house and conducted interviews with her and her mother, I believe, to ensure that was going to be safe. Took pictures of the home, and then we got that process so we could place Jordan with a family member.
At any point in time, did you go to someone's house by the name of Jeanette?
Yes, that's correct.
Who was Jeanette?
Jeanette was the friend of Katrina in the same apartment complex where they end up rushing Mercedes to the hospital from that apartment, stating that she fell in that apartment.
And so what's the purpose of going to Jeanette's apartment?
Trying to locate an additional source of who last saw Mercedes alive.
Were you ever able to speak to Katrina?
We spoke to her, Mr. Adame and I both spoke to her briefly before she was arrested, I believe, at SAPD headquarters.
When you spoke to her, what was her demeanor?
She was still calm and asking when she could see Jordan.
Did she seem more concerned with Jordan than Mercedes?
That's correct, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to Jose at all?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know if your partner, Mr. Adame, did?
I believe he did.
After, this situation and Jordan got removed, did you follow Jordan and kind of like her whereabouts after this?
I did all the way, I believe, for another 3 or 4 months afterwards.
Were you invested or is that normal to kind of keep up with?
I think I was personally invested as well to make sure she was doing safe, especially after that traumatic incident. Because me and Mr. Adame did have to inform her that her sister passed.
So you and Mr. Adame were the ones that had to tell her that Mercedes had passed?
Yes, ma'am. We did that right before her child safe interview.
Did you observe her emotional state after?
I
she
did.
did the deed?
She came and gave me a big hug and, mentioned something that her sissy was no longer in pain and walking the golden streets. So
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. What did you say?
Jordan stated that her sissy's no longer in pain and walking the golden streets.
Pass the witness.
Defense?
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Teresa Conley. I believe you said you were called dispatched is the word the state used, dispatched for a child fatality.
Correct, ma'am.
Okay, and what was your result of that? Indeed, there was a child fatality. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a child fatality, ma'am.
Do you make any recommendations as to charging
As far as charging,
the crime?
no, ma'am.
Had you ever met Mercedes before this incident?
No, ma'am.
Were you familiar with the situation there?
No, I was not.
You made a comment, I believe, that Jordan, subsequent to the visit at the hospital, was her happy self.
Yes, ma'am.
How would you know it was her happy self?
Just because afterwards, from what I observed of her demeanor throughout the whole investigation, the next 3 or 4 months.
So it was a retrospective analysis rather than at the time.
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you. And you, I believe you said that Jordan was 3 years older, in your opinion,
2.
2? Now, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I can make mistakes what I hear. You said that she did not know what happened.
That's correct.
You believe that? Why did she not know? Did you ask her at the time what happened?
Object to speculation.
Overruled.
I didn't.
I
didn't-
could not
didn't hear
disclose
that.
any of the incident yet because she had to be interviewed by Child Safe.
So, but at that particular night at the hospital, you did not interview Jordan.
That's correct. I did not.
I'm sorry, because you had said that you interviewed Jordan. So,
That's the steps we take in an interview process. But regarding a severe case like this, we weren't allowed to interview.
all right, thank you. You did take photos, though,
Correct.
and you spoke with the dad and stepmom of Katrina.
Yes, I believe so. If I recall correctly.
And was that probably to find out if they could take Jordan?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, you set up the forensic interview at Child Safe. Were you the one who took her to Child Safe?
I was.
And did you watch the interview?
I did.
And how did she begin the interview with what happened that day?
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
Sustained.
I'd like to show the video. Yeah, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce the video of the Child Safe interview.
Is there going to be any objection?
Not to state, Your Honor.
All right, then, if you'll mark it as an exhibit.
Which I guess would be Defense Exhibit 1, but we're not allowed to have it, right?
No, the state is saying that they're not objecting.
But we're not allowed to have a copy of it.
Well, it'll be in the
It'll
court's
be-
possession.
In evidence.
Should I have it marked as D1 or States 1?
Doesn't matter.
States one. But that's one.
Let the youngin next to you do it.
I'll do it.
I'll post it. Here you go. Let me put this on.
I noticed. I noticed, Hamilton, you're not liking her jeans and tennis shoes.
Thank you.
Can I have it? I need the disc. Oh, I don't know, she took it. Did they take it? Here, Teresa, I need it so I can play it.
All right, so here's my question. Defense is offering defense exhibit number 1 into evidence. Any objections to defense exhibit number 1?
No, Your Honor.
And are both parties saying that defense exhibit number 1 is the child safe statement of Jordan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then defense exhibit number 1 is admitted without objection.
Do you want us to publish it?
Please.
Sure.
Yes. Did you miss that when she walked it up there for her opening statement and then they wheeled a chair up behind her? I can't find that answer out for you. Maybe that's all she had clean. It was casual. It's casual day. I wish she would also realize that the mics do pick her up there. Every time Judge Boyd takes herself off the screen, it freaks me out.
She can play it.
Ellen?
If you want us to stop it, just like,
No,
if you want to stop it at any time, just
I will. I just only had the point with the actual explanation of what happened.
All right. Do I need to move these again?
I'm gonna fast forward a little.
Obviously, we won't see the interview because it involves, if that's what I understood them to be playing, because it involves a minor child.
This goes on for about 10 minutes before they actually get into the stories.
Bring it.
Child sits in the
Yeah,
chair,
I'm getting it's a 14 speed. It takes seconds.
talks about trivia to get her used to where she is.
I'm gonna object to she's putting facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Thank you.
This is the day, this is, she's.
And so the cameras are here to help us
Or two parts.
remember the things that you and I.
Fast forward a little.
Time will tell, Hamilton. Time will tell.
How old are you, Jordan? 6. 6 years old? When's your birthday? June the 2nd. June the 2nd? Do you know what year you were born in? That's okay. Today, if I ask you something that you don't know, it's okay if you just tell me that you don't know by using your words. Okay? And that way I can understand. Now, you and I have never met before. Tell me some things about yourself, Jordan.
I love coloring.
Okay.
I love painting.
Okay.
And I love coloring, painting, and drawing.
Okay.
I love to color with different color markers.
Okay.
And I love cake.
Okay. Okay.
And I love the pie.
To the pie?
The pork.
The park. Okay.
Because you can drive and it's monkey bars.
Tell me all about the park looks like.
There's monkey bars and the flies and the wings.
Okay.
And there's a slide.
There's a slide. Tell me about what shape this slide is.
It could be triangle.
Okay.
Or straight.
Okay.
This way, or this way, or this way, or this way.
Okay. Now you said that you like to color, you like to draw. Tell me about the things that you like to draw.
I love unicorns.
Okay.
And I love princess drawing.
Okay. Okay.
And unicorns. A lot of unicorns.
Unicorns. So what do you like most about the unicorns?
They have wings.
Do you know what that? Oh, that's okay. Things that you like to paint.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Tell me about the last thing that you painted.
The pumpkin. The big pumpkin.
Tell me all about the pumpkin look like.
It looks like orange and it had a brown stick.
Okay.
And I colored it, I painted it all orange and all brown.
Okay. And so where were you at when you painted the pumpkin?
At Hatchet.
At Hatchet? Help me understand what that place is.
It's school.
School, okay. And what grade are you in? First grade? Tell me more about Hatchet.
You get to go to STEM and art class, and you go to and you get to go to the park.
Okay. Now, when you say STEM, help me understand what that means.
That means you could do activities.
Tell me about the activities.
You could play with that. You can make little mouses and you could chase them.
Make little mouses and you teach it. Tell me all about the ways to make the mouses.
Like you put a machine in it.
Okay.
And then they go this way or that.
Okay. Well, thank you for telling me some things about yourself, okay? And some of the things that you like to do for fun and also about your school, okay? Now, I want to know a little bit about your day today, okay? So tell me everything that you did today from the time that you woke up this morning up to the time that you got here to this place, okay? Just everything you remember, step by step. You ate today? Okay. Oh, what's the first thing you did after you woke up?
Went to the restroom and took a shower and brushed my teeth.
Okay, you went to the restroom, took a shower, you brushed your teeth, and then what happened?
And then I got my clothes on, and then I put on my shoes on.
And
And
then
then
what
I
happened?
went to go eat again, and then I went to go cuddle.
Tell me everything you had to eat before you went to go color.
I ate cereal,
Okay.
and then I ate corn dogs and some French fries.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then I cut chips.
Okay, now tell me about the place that you were at earlier today when you had breakfast and you had the corn dogs later.
The friend's house.
The friend's house? Help me understand what you mean by friend's house.
Like, you know that lady that brought me?
Mm-hmm.
Her friend's house.
Our friend's house? Okay, do you know the name of the lady that brought you here today?
No.
Okay, and tell me everyone that came with you here today. The lady. Tell me everything about the way that the lady brought you here today. Tell me all about the car looks like.
It looks like gray, the top looks gray. And the bottom looks black.
Okay.
And then the seats are like this color.
Okay. Now tell me everything that you did on the drive here today.
She played with my stuffed animal.
Okay. Tell me everything that you could see on the drive here today.
The sky and trees and grass.
Tell me everything that you could hear on the drive here today.
Like roads
Like roads?
and cars.
Could you hear anything else besides the roads and the cars?
And the music.
What kind of music could you hear?
Disney music.
Disney music, okay. Now, what's the first thing that happened when you got here to this place?
I went over there in that room.
Okay. Well, thank you for telling me about your day and about you coming here today, okay? Today, I'm going to ask a lot of important questions, okay? And I'm going to need you to answer them just like you did right now, okay? Just everything that you remember, step by step, from start to finish, okay? Now, today, if I ask something that you don't understand, it's okay for you to tell me if there's something you don't understand. Okay? And that way I can ask you in a different way or in a better way, okay? Now, also, if I get something wrong or I make a mistake, it's very important that you tell me that way I can fix it. Okay? Now, also, too, if I ask you something that you don't know or that you don't remember, it's okay for you to tell me if there's something that you don't know or something you don't remember, okay? I don't want you to guess. But if there's something that you do know and that you do remember, it's very important that we do talk about it, okay? Because here in this place, we talk about things that have happened, we talk about things that are real, we talk about the truth, okay? What does it mean to tell the truth?
I don't know.
And what does it mean to tell a lie? Okay. Now, what color is this table?
What?
What color is the table?
Brown.
Now, what color is our mask?
Black.
Okay. If someone were to say that this paper here is black, would that be the truth or a lie?
Enough.
And how many chairs are in this room?
2.
If someone were to say there's 2 chairs in this room, would that be the truth or a lie?
The truth.
What can happen to people that tell the truth?
They make good decisions.
What can happen to people that tell a lie?
They make bad decisions.
Now, while you and I talk today, do you promise to talk only about the truth? Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Jordan, tell me the reason that you're here today. To talk to me? Tell me more about it.
They tell you about sister.
Tell me more about that. I talk to boys, yeah, I talk to boys and girls, I talk to kids about things that have happened, okay? Has something happened that you're here today?
No.
Okay. Are you worried about something that might have happened?
My sister.
Your sister, tell me everything you're worried about.
I miss my sister.
Tell me more about that.
Mm,
Tell me more about your sister.
She ate a lot of food.
Okay?
And then that's how she got sick.
Tell me everything about the way she got sick.
She got sick from eating yogurt, 3 yogurt. And she ate bananas, mushed up, and things. And then she only drank water.
Well, what helps you know that she got sick?
Because my mom was feeding her, and then she stuffed the spoon in her mouth, and then she accidentally shoved it right here, and then my mom pulled it out, and then she fell on the floor and hit her head on the metal thing.
Now, is this something that you saw, something that you heard, or something else?
Something that I saw.
Okay. Now, tell me, you said your mom was feeding her? Okay. Tell me everything that happened, step by step. Just how we practiced earlier about you coming here and your day, okay? Tell me everything that happened.
My mom was feeding her, and then she hit her head on the light bulb, and it was metal.
Okay, then what happened?
And then she fell on the floor, and then she hit her head. And then she went to the hospital, and then her friend took me to her house.
Okay. So her friend took you to her house. And then what happened?
And then I stayed there, and then I went to the hospital with my mom. And I never saw my mom again.
What's her mom's name?
Katrina Mendoza.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Ms.
And
Ro-
just for the record, I have stopped the video.
Okay. Ms. Rommel, is that how you recall it, what we just saw?
The interview?
Yes.
Yes.
Was anything done about the fact that she said the mother was shoving a spoon down the child's throat? Was anything done about that?
Speculation.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
I'm
you can
asking
answer if
direct-
you know. All right, so here's the thing. When an objection is made, I will respond to the objection. That's what I'm here for. No sidebars. You can answer the question if you know the answer.
I didn't, she was already, my main goal was to remove Jordan at that night,
Your main goal was what?
to remove Jordan that night, to make sure she was safe.
But she said in this interview that an action was taken against Mercedes by her mother. Did you do anything about that?
I'm not the one to charge any parents.
The answer is no.
That's correct.
Did you report it to anybody?
Yes, it was in my investigation.
Do you have it there with you?
No, I don't.
Prior to this interview that you took Jordan to, did you interview files on this family?
I believed I looked at some of the history before going out.
And what do you recall about some of the history?
There was an open investigation because they could not locate the family.
They couldn't locate.
The family.
Who was in charge of that investigation?
I don't recall, ma'am.
But that wasn't your role.
That was not.
Do you check on any history with your department about Jose Angel Ruiz?
We run history on both involved parties prior to going out to a call.
It's true, there was nothing on Jose Angel in relation to this family, is that correct?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Was there anything in your recollection about Jose Angel Ruiz anywhere in your records?
I don't recall.
Did you look?
Yes, we look into every involved family member, or that's in be the case of being called on by Jay Mendoza.
You did know you were coming here today and that Jose Angel Ruiz is the person at the defense table.
Can object to argumentative.
Sustained.
You didn't make any effort then to look into Jose Angel before you came here today.
Objection to argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer that question.
No, ma'am, because I'm no longer employed with CPS. So I have no
Oh, I'm sorry.
factors.
Thank you. I'm sorry, and what did you say you're doing now?
I work for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I'm a captain at the Torres unit in Hondo.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Judge. So I'm gonna play the rest of this interview that's already been admitted, but before I do, just a few questions. CPS, that's not an arresting agency, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, whose job in this case would that have been?
The San Antonio Police Department.
Okay, and they also observed the interview with Jordan.
Correct, I believe so.
I'm just gonna play the rest of the interview now.
Now, Marie, tell me your sister's name. Mercedes. How old is it? 5. Okay. I want to go back to when you said that your mom was feeding them. Okay? Tell me everything that happened before that.
And then they did bread, and my mom did a bread with my sister's mouth.
You said they did a breath? Did I get that right or wrong?
Bread.
Tell me more about that.
And I started doing this on her stomach so that way she could like relax because she was not feeling good
Okay.
and she was full of it.
Tell me about the place that you were at the time when that was happening.
And my mom's friend's house.
Do you know that person's name?
No, I don't know.
Tell me everyone that was at your mom's friend's house.
Her little son and that's it.
Okay. Tell me everything you were doing at the time when they gave you the bread.
Eating my food.
Okay. Help me understand who gave her bread.
My mom.
Your mom? Okay. Tell me everything about the way she gave her bread.
That she put her mouth in her mouth, and then she gave her bread.
Okay. Now tell me all about what your sister looked like when your mom was feeding her.
She was on a chair.
Okay. Tell me all about what her face looked like.
There was a little bit of scratches right here.
Tell me all about the scratches.
Like last time she scratched herself too hard, and then this came off.
Okay.
Like a skin, one little skin.
Okay. Tell me everything that your mom's friend was doing when your mom was giving your sister a breath.
Going upstairs.
Going upstairs? Tell me more about it.
Because she didn't want to see me face.
Okay.
Because my mom didn't want her to see me face.
Okay. You said she didn't want to see Mercedes because your mom didn't want her to see Mercedes. What was the very next thing that happened after your mom gave her a breath?
They took her to my mom's boyfriend's house.
Tell me all about that.
And then my sister threw and then she didn't come back to the house.
Okay, tell me everything about the way that she threw up.
Like, all food.
Okay, tell me everything you can see in that. Okay. You said they took her to your mom's boyfriend's house. Did I hear that right or wrong?
Right.
What's that person's name?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Tell me everyone that took her to your mom's boyfriend's house.
Only me and my mom.
Okay. And how did your mom take her to her boyfriend's house?
Because he lives right next to us.
Okay.
Because he moved in.
Moved in? Okay. Do you know his last name?
No.
That's okay. Now, what's the first thing that happened when you got to your mom's boyfriend's house?
Jose started patting her back, and then she was throwing up, and she wanted me to give it.
Okay. Who was he patting on the back?
The same.
Okay. And who was throwing up?
The same.
Okay. Tell me everything you were doing when she was throwing up. Holding her?
Yeah.
Tell me more about it.
Like I was hugging.
Tell me how her body was positioned when you said that she was throwing up.
She was
She was laying down? Tell me everything she was laying down on.
on the bed.
Here you. Take your time, okay? And if you want to put your mask down or take it off, you can take it off, okay? All right. And you can put that here. I'll throw it away later, okay? Since she was laying down on the bed. Okay, and was the bed in the hallway, in the living room, or something else?
In the room.
In the room? And who was around?
Her boyfriend.
Tell me everyone that was in the room.
Jose and my mom. And my sister.
Okay, tell me everything that Jose and your mom were doing when you told them.
My mom started crying. And then Jose started patting her back more. And then he started really heavy.
And then what happened?
And then they took her to the doctor.
Okay. When you say they, who's they?
My mom was close.
Okay. Tell me everything about them taking her to the doctors.
Then my mom left me at her friend. And then I started playing with the boys. And then my mom said, I take her. And then my mom left me there.
Okay. And then tell me everything you did after that.
I went to the hospital.
You went to the hospital? Tell me all about that.
I ate a little bit of snack. And then I watched Frozen.
Okay. And then tell me everything you did after that.
And then the doctor took pictures of my phone.
Tell me everything about that.
Like I was standing, like this was a wall,
Okay.
and then there was a picture, and they took pictures.
Okay. Help me understand who took you to the doctor.
That friend that my mom left me with.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then my mom also got arrested.
Tell me everything that helps you know that he got arrested. More about the gun.
I don't know.
Have you ever seen a gun? Yeah, you got arrested because you had a gun. Now tell me all about what Jose looks like.
He has long hair like this, and he got some sweatpants like that on his legs, and then he got a shirt.
You got a shirt? Okay. And
And then he was driving so fast that he got arrested.
Okay. Tell me everything you remember about when it was that, that happened, that they took your sister to the hospital.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, that's okay. Now, tell me everyone that you live with.
My mom and my grandpa.
Your mom and your grandpa.
My grandpa's name is Home.
Okay. So you live with your mom and your grandpa Homer. Do you live with anyone else there? Your mom and your grandpa?
My uncle Rodney Elwood. And then Jeremiah Elchon. And then Jesse Elchon.
Did anyone?
In Seneca. Just in Seneca.
Okay.
I call her Nana.
Nana? Okay. And who, help me understand who Angelica is?
Rodney Elwood is her boyfriend. He got married.
Okay. Have you ever lived with anybody else?
No.
Okay. Tell me all about who Jose lives with.
His brothers and his sisters. Two brothers and one sister.
Okay. Tell me his brother's name.
Ruben and Rocco.
Ruben and Rocco? Okay. Do you know his sister's name?
Nothing.
Okay. Okay. Was there ever a time where you lived anywhere else besides with Homer?
No.
Okay. Now tell me everything about the rules there at Homer.
We can't go outside and we can't get no candy.
And who's we?
My sister. We get in trouble.
Okay. Tell me everything that happens if someone breaks the rules out.
We can't go outside and can't play.
You can't go outside, you can't play. Okay.
And then we sit on the couches and go to sleep.
When you say you sit down on the couches, help me understand what you mean by that.
We lay down on the couches. Me and my uncles, and my sister.
Okay. Jordan, has someone ever hit your body? Has someone ever hurt your body?
Only sometimes when my mom gets mad at me, she slaps me.
Tell me all about the way she slaps you.
Like in the face, or in the butt with the belt.
Okay. Tell me everything she slaps you with.
The belt, that's it.
Okay. And tell me everywhere that she slaps you. The belt in the hand, and tell me everywhere that she slaps the belt in the hand.
Right here and on my face.
Okay. Tell me everything you can feel when that happens.
I feel a little bit big.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you had any marks or bruises on your body from her slapping with her hand in the belt?
No, only a hand mark right here.
Tell me all about the hand mark.
Like it was big.
Okay, now tell me everything that happened that time, okay? Step by step, just how we practice.
Like my mom was hitting me because I asked for some socks to leave because I was going to a birthday party.
And then what happened?
And then my mom slapped me in my face because she was doing something with Jose, my sister, and they didn't want me to come in.
Okay, tell me everything you could feel when she slapped.
The red mark.
Red mark. Tell me everything your body felt when she slapped you.
It felt, hard.
Felt hard? Okay. Tell me everything that you could see when that happened.
The red mark. Like a hand mark.
Okay, hand mark.
And then I watched the TV and then it came up, and then it started crying.
And tell me everything that your mom did when you started crying.
She was still in her room.
Okay. And tell me everything about the place that you were at the time when that happened.
Jose's apartment.
At Jose's apartment?
When he just moved in.
When you said at Jose's apartment when he just moved in. Help me understand what you mean by that.
Like he got another apartment, so the bill was too high.
Okay.
And the water started getting cold. So my sister had to take cold showers.
Tell me everything that helped she know when she had to take cold showers.
Like it put her in the water and she started rinsing herself.
Then what happened?
And then my mom would have to hold her under the water.
Okay. Is that something that you saw with your eyes, something that someone told you, or something else?
With my eyes.
Tell me everything you could see when that happened.
My mom was holding her under the water and you know the little thing on the floor?
Help me understand what you mean.
Like the water thing, not the shower head.
Okay.
The little thing on the floor, you take a shower there, and then the water was running in her face.
And then what happened?
And then her toes were looking back.
Okay. Tell me everything about her toes.
Like this one was hairy, and this one was blue.
What helps you know that it was hurting and bruised? Okay. How do you know that it was bruised?
Because the last time when I was going to my birthday party, she put in some shoes on, and I said, come in, and then she come in, and then I accidentally stepped on her toe, and then she went out, and then I looked at her feet.
Tell me everything you could see when you look at her feet.
Bruises.
Tell me everything that had happened to your feet.
Like
Sorry.
they were bruised all right here.
Okay. All right. Help me understand how she got the bruising.
Because my mom started stepping on her feet, and then she got a little tiny thing right here, and then she hurt herself, and then Jose and Matt started putting thumbtacks in her feet.
Okay. Is that something that you saw, something that you heard, or something else?
Something that I saw.
Okay. Tell me everything you remember about that time, okay?
I don't know what you.
Well, tell me everything that happened that time, step by step.
She was in the closet.
Okay.
And then she peed on herself, and then then licked the pee.
Yes, and her
she
feet.
licking it and sneaked it. And then she smelled like pee, and then Jose started putting thumbtacks.
Okay. Who was in the closet?
My sister machine.
Okay. All right. And tell me more about the place that you were at the time.
At Jose's apartment.
Okay. And where in Jose's apartment were you at the time? Tell me everyone that was in the room with that.
My mom had me on the thing. And Jose.
Okay. Tell me everything that your mom was doing when Mercedes was in the closet.
Watching Jose, and my mom told Jose to stop.
Okay.
Tell me everything that he was doing when your mom told him to stop.
It was putting thumbtacks, more thumbtacks, and putting them in her feet again.
Tell me all about the way that he was putting thumbtacks in her feet.
She was pushing them into her skin.
Okay. Tell me all about what the thumbtacks look like.
Like, they were round, and then, like, circles, and then a pointy thing at the bottom.
A pointy thing at the bottom? Tell me all about the way that Mercedes' body was positioned when he did that.
On the floor.
Okay, was she sitting down, was she laying down, or something else at the time?
Laying down.
Laying down, tell me more about it.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay. She said she was laying down, and earlier you said that she peed, and that Jose told her to lick the pee. Did I hear that right or wrong?
Right.
Tell me more about that.
She put, like he said, to put your face in.
Okay, and then what was the very next thing that happened after you said that?
She took a shower. And then she put in some white silicone.
Now tell me everything that you could hear while that was happening.
I heard them screaming.
Tell me more about the screaming.
I don't know what you mean.
Tell me everything that help me understand who was screaming.
I said them.
Tell me everything that you could see while that was happening.
And I was in the living room, so I didn't really see much.
Tell me everything that you remember that you could see.
My sister laying down on the floor. And
Pretty
then
bad, Hamilton.
laying down, and my sister saying no.
And then tell me everything that happened after that.
She started splashing her feet.
Okay.
And I don't know what she.
Did she was slashing her feet, and then what happened?
And I went to the next and I got some shoes on because I was about to.
Okay. How old were you at the time? At that point?
I was 5, and my sister was 4. And then she started turning 5, and then I was 6.
Tell me everything that Jose was doing when he told her to lick the pee.
I don't know what she.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you saw something else happen to your sister besides that?
She was in the doctor, and there was cops everywhere. And then one of the cops took me into the room, and then they gave me medicine because the doctor clinic was hurting me.
Okay. You said the back of your neck was hurting?
Yeah.
Tell me everything about how come it was hurting.
I couldn't swallow stuff.
Now, has someone else ever hit you besides your mom?
No.
Have you ever been hit with anything else besides the belt and a hand?
A chocolate.
Tell me more about that.
There was a blue big chocolate and a little big belt, like a small belt that I have one.
Okay. Tell me all about the chocolate look like.
It looks like blue and light blue.
Earlier you said that your mom spanked you with the belt. What part of the belt was she spanking?
Like the first part. she put it in half and then she started walking.
She put it on half and she started, okay. Tell me all about where the belt came from.
What are those women?
From my mom, from me, because I had my belt laying on the floor, because they were little belts, so that way I could put like right here.
Okay. And earlier when you said that, Jose put the thumbtacks on your sister's foot. Tell me all about where the thumbtacks are kept.
I don't know what you mean.
Tell me all about where they came from.
From the wall.
The walls. Tell me more about that.
He got then went to the living room and got some thumbtacks and he said that this hair and he put it right here and I said no because I was scared.
Help me understand who he did that to?
Me.
Okay. Tell me everything you felt when he did that.
Like the little needle, like right there and then he took it off. He didn't put it all the way and he just touched it.
And then what was the very next thing he did after that?
Put it in my sister's arm and touched it.
Okay, and then what happened?
Nothing else.
Okay. Okay. Do you know if he has done something else to your sister besides putting the thumbtack in her foot?
No.
I don't know how he just sits.
Sorry, it's taking me a little bit of time. I just want to make sure I don't forget anything, okay? Everything that you tell me is very important, okay? Okay. Tell me everything that your mom does if someone misbehaves.
She doesn't let us get any candy. She doesn't let us get any, she doesn't let us go play with our friends outside.
Okay.
And she doesn't let us watch TV.
Tell me everything that Jose does if someone misbehaves.
Put them in timeout in the corner.
Okay. You said put them time out in the corner?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go back to earlier when you talked about your sister being in the closet and then she, okay. Tell me everything that happened before that.
She watched the TV and then she put some more clothes on and some more pants on.
Okay. So she watched TV and she put on some more clothes on, some more pants. And then what happened?
And then she kept watching TV. And then at the end of the day, she started being bad. But she was good at it.
She said she started being bad. Help me understand what she was bad.
Like she started running around in the house.
Then what happened?
And then I said to get back in timeout.
Okay, then what happened after that?
There's nothing.
Was there ever a time where you saw, well, I want to go back to earlier, okay? You said that you saw bruises on your sister's feet. Was there ever a time where you saw bruises on any other part of her body?
Only on her face, as her face was bloody, like right here, and her hair, right here, and on her cheek, and out.
Okay. Tell me everything that happened.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay. You said she had bruises on her face. Tell me everything that caused the bruises.
Spanking.
Tell me all about it.
She kept moving and she didn't want to get one whooping, so my mom gave her two whoopings.
Okay. Tell me everything about your mom giving her whoopings.
Like she started whooping her with the belt and the chocolate and my little belt and nothing else.
Tell me everything about the way that she whooped her with the belt. How did she?
Like she swings it and then she throws the shoe at her.
Okay. And tell me everywhere that she whipped her on.
On her butt.
Have you ever seen anyone else whip your sister besides your mom?
Only Jose.
Tell me everything about Jose whipping your sister.
He has a metal belt and it really hurt. And he put it and he whipped her with the plastic with the golden part.
Is that something you saw, something you heard, or something different?
Something that I saw.
Tell me everything that you could see that time.
Jose whooping.
Okay.
And I heard screaming.
Heard screaming? Okay. Tell me more about the screaming you could hear.
Like crying scream.
Tell me everything that was happening at the time when you whooped her with the belt.
I don't know what you mean.
Tell me everything that your sister was doing at the time.
Running around and going around the house with the dog.
Okay, she was running around the house playing with the dog, and then what happened?
And then she went into her nap.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then Jose put his hair in her mouth. And my mom said, let her out. She was being good. And Jose started saying no.
Then what happened?
And then Jose put her in her mouth again.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then I don't know what you mean.
Okay. I want to go back to earlier. You said that he whipped her with the belt. Okay. Tell me everything that you could see when that happened.
I don't know what you mean.
Tell me everywhere that he whipped her.
On her butt. And he kept hitting her and she got a big gold bruise.
Okay. Tell me how her body was positioned when he whipped her with the belt.
Like her hands were on the bed, and then she went like this, and then she put her hands right here again, and then he whipped her again with the metal foot.
When you say the metal part, help me understand what you mean by metal.
It's really going, and he whipped her with it.
And tell me all about where that belt came from.
From him.
From him? Help me understand what you mean by that.
Like, I don't know what you mean.
Okay. And tell me how his body was positioned when he whipped her with the belt.
Straight.
Straight? Tell me everyone that was there at the time.
My mom and Jose and my sister.
Yep.
Tell me everything your mom was doing when he whipped her with the belt.
Sitting on the bed watching TV.
Okay. And tell me again, where on her body he whipped her on?
On her butt.
Okay. Did he whip her on any other part of her body besides her butt?
Right here.
I'm sorry?
Right here.
Okay. Then did he say anything at the time when he did that?
No.
Okay. Was there anything that happened after he whipped?
I don't know what you mean.
Was there ever a time where you saw him whip her in a different way?
No.
Okay. was there ever a time where you saw him, where you saw, let's say, whip your sister with something different besides the belt?
Chancellor, when my mom was in bed.
Tell me about that.
My mom was in bed and she was at work and her dad started whooping her.
Okay, tell me all about the way he was whipping her that time.
I don't really know. That's all I know because Jose, I was with my mom at the meeting.
You're with your mom at the meeting? Help me understand what meeting?
It's like a job for computers.
A job for computers? Okay. And what,
And the phone.
and what else you know that Jose whipped your sister with the chancla?
But I know it was a big chocolate.
Okay. Was there ever a time where he whipped her with anything else besides the belt and chancla?
No.
Was there ever a time where you saw him do something different to your sister besides whip and putting the thumbtacks in her feet?
No.
Okay. Do you know if he has done something to someone else?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen someone else get whooped?
No.
Have you ever seen someone else whoop your sister?
Only her dad and my mom. That's it.
And tell me everything about the place where that happened when you said that they whooped your sister.
Jose the phone here. We've been using it
Okay.
because we don't have the house.
Okay. Was there ever a time where it happened at a different place?
No.
Was there ever a time where someone else saw it happen besides you?
My mom's godparents.
Tell me all about that.
Like my grandpa and my uncle and my nana. And my uncle's dad too.
Okay. Tell me everything they saw.
Can I ask to stop this so I go out and stop joking?
Yes. All right, we'll pause it. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard some evidence in this case. You're not allowed to start deliberating internally with yourself or each other. You're not allowed to do any investigation on this case. You're not allowed to view anything about this case. Everything that you need to know about this case is to come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? I'm going to give you all a break. We'll be back at 2:45.
All right for the jury?
It's the attorney. She was choking, probably wanted to stop this because good job, defense. You open the door, let this one right in. Not that I care because he deserves it. I just don't know how he just sits there and listens to it. That's horrible. So yeah, I probably would have started choking too. Sorry, I didn't hear her coughing. I was concentrating so hard on what the little girl is saying because she's hard to understand. And sometimes you don't want to hear what you think you hear, and then that's exactly what you heard. And she says it just so matter of fact. It's so sad.
That's fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
yeah.
I won't bring it up.
Oh, let me back it up. We gotta
I mean,
see what she's
I don't
arguing
know.
about now.
All right, thank you.
No, do you,
All right, and we're bringing the jurors back in.
Your Honor,
Hamilton.
before that, excuse me, when I was out choking, Miss Rummel was talking to somebody. I don't know who it was. I spoke with Brittany beforehand. I don't know if it's somebody that was talking. I don't know what they were talking about.
Well, I have no idea. You all can ask whatever questions you want to ask on the witness stand.
Okay, I mean, we know who it was. It was just about getting her set up for a pretrial in another case. It was
That's
somebody
fine.
from our office.
That's fine.
Okay,
That's fine.
yeah.
I won't bring it up. No, we're not.
I appreciate your guys' concern, but I was fine. Wasn't choking on the crackers I was eating. Apparently she was.
You're in, they're concentrating on your picture, you and Lorraine on the TV. And they called you the murderer. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
What did she
Let me
just
tell
say?
that girl.
Thank you.
Lorraine,
What did she just say?
you're in. You're in, they're concentrating on your picture, you and Lorraine on the TV. And they called you the murderer. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let me just tell that girl.
Thank you.
Lorraine. Kara has the jury list. I don't want to have. What? It's not allowed. Hmm? Yes.
All right, for the jury.
She was accusing what I can gather is she was accusing the woman that's behind the younger dude at that table of having the jury list. She's saying, I don't have it. She's like, it's not allowed. The other older woman was like trying to calm her down. I couldn't catch everything that she was saying. Maybe if it was on, so that local channel 12, which we heard about earlier, which she had subpoenaed um, the editor or whoever it was somebody kind of ridiculous that wouldn't be there. I don't know if she was complaining that his picture was up there and they were just focusing on this picture and calling him the unaliver, but starts with an M. I don't know that you guys can hear it. I was having a hard time hearing it. And so I don't know. But yeah, hot mic on the defense for sure. And I don't think that woman knows I'm not saying this an age thing. I just don't think that woman understands exactly what she was just talking about right there when it came to the jury list. How in the world would that woman have the jury list and just still be sitting there that nobody would know it? That doesn't make any sense. And why would she? I mean, I get why she would want it, but Hamilton, she just seems kind of lost to me. I'm trying to be nice. Don't put anything in your mouth, lady. You'll start choking again. Oh, yeah, she is
Please be seated.
way worse than Lollipop.
State, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. And it's probably before I begin playing the video again. How many different places did you observe Jordan pointing out were bloody on Mercedes' face?
Objection, Your Honor. It's been shown. It's not necessary for the witness to contemplate on what we've all seen.
Got to be overruled.
The judge would make up her mind if she's going to
Probably
stay on
5 or
screen or
6
not.
places on her face.
I'm gonna continue playing.
Yes.
All right.
Whooping him. And I'm whooping my face.
Your mom moving Mercedes? Okay. All right.
Now my grandpa's niece says, Grandpa's niece don't really like my mom
Okay. Okay.
because she got CPS.
And who's she?
Priscilla.
Priscilla? Okay. Jordan, now I'm gonna go ahead and step out of the room real quick, okay? To see if I have any more questions to ask you. I'll be right back. It won't take me long, okay? Now, I do have some markers right here underneath the table, okay? They're right here. Would you like to color on the paper? Okay. All the markers are right here. You can take them out if you want, okay? You can color. I'll be right back.
Let's fast forward a little. So he returns to the room.
Her innocence in just telling these horrible things is so, I don't, it's so sad, and I don't even have a better word for it. It's heartbreaking. There, like it's just a normal thing for her. She does not understand.
White. I have.
Gonna resume playing timestamp 6:06 p.m.
I don't think this was like a.
I just have a couple more questions to ask. You can continue coloring if you want.
As far as the judge doesn't turn her mic off.
Let's put them here, okay? All right. I just have a couple more questions I have, okay? I want to go back to earlier, Jordan, when you said that, you said your sister was sick and your mom was feeding your sister, okay? You said that your mom put, the spoon in your sister's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Was there ever a time where you saw someone else put something in your sister?
No.
Okay. Was there ever a time where your mom put something else in your sister's mouth besides this one?
No. But my mom did shove the spoon up her leg.
Tell me more about that.
She ate noodles and she kept spitting it out because she didn't like them. And my mom kept pushing it in, and these two teeth were gone already.
Okay. You said the teeth were gone. Tell me more about the teeth being gone.
Last time Jose hit in my sister's mouth and slapped her, and these two teeth came out.
Tell me all about the way he slapped her.
Like this.
What helps you know that he slapped her?
Because I saw it.
Tell me everything you can see when that happened.
Emily slapped.
Okay. Tell me everything he slapped her with.
I don't know.
What did he use to slap her?
His hand. And he has rings, golden rings. And he has a golden chain.
Okay. And tell me how his hand was when he slapped her.
Like this.
And tell me everywhere that he slapped.
And here and
Okay. And okay. Tell me everything that you could hear. Slapped her.
nothing.
And tell me everything that was happening at the time when you slapped her.
She was crying.
Okay. Tell me everyone that was there.
My mom and Jose,
Okay.
they're always there.
You said your mom was there, they're always there? Tell me everything your mom was doing when you slapped her.
I don't know, because my mom saw it and I only saw a little bit.
You said you only saw a little bit, your mom saw it? Okay. What helps you know that your mom saw it?
Last time I was in there and she was watching Jose.
Okay. And,
Jose and my sister started biting him. And my sister Mercedes always bites me. And she bites my mom.
where were you at the time when you said that he slapped her?
In the room.
In the room? Which room were you at?
Jose.
Okay. And tell me all about what your sister looked like when he slapped her.
She was on the bed, laid down, and he always stares her when it's nighttime and with that camera.
With the camera?
It has a little camera.
Tell me all about the way he scares her.
He goes high, and he stares her.
Tell me what the camera looks like.
It's like long and then square and then square.
Okay. And help me understand where the camera is located at.
Everywhere.
Everywhere?
Like in the room, if it's in the living room, he could still. Because sometimes she likes to get snacks when they're not there.
Okay. Tell me more about that.
I don't know what she means.
Okay. You said she likes to get snacks when they're not there? Tell me more about it.
Like she goes in the kitchen when the cat is right here and she doesn't know and she gets milk. But her lip is all messed up, like it's this.
Okay. Tell me everything that happened to her lip.
And it got tough.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you slapped her anywhere else on her body? Okay. And tell me everyone that cooks at home.
Only my mom.
Tell me everything that your mom cooks.
Last time she cooked eggs and bananas and for my sister and me.
Okay. Tell me everyone that eats the food.
Jose doesn't make any food and my mom was stuck in that.
Okay. Was there ever a time where someone wasn't allowed to eat the food?
My sister.
Tell me all about that.
She only ate sandwiches.
Okay. Tell me more about that.
When punishment, that's what we get.
Okay. So when punishment, that's what y'all get? Help me understand what you mean by that.
Like we only get sandwiches.
Tell me all about what kind of sandwiches.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. Well, Jordan, I asked you a lot of questions today, okay? Do you have any questions for me from the things that we talked about today?
No.
We all have safe people in our lives. Safe people are people that we can talk to and people that we trust, okay? Who are your safe people?
My mom.
Okay.
My dad. No, not my dad, because last time he took me away from my mom.
Okay.
So I already have that.
What's your dad say?
I-
Fred, tell me more about him taking you away from your mom.
He called CPS on my mom, and then they took me away from my mom, and then he kept me.
Okay. I want to let you know that you can always talk to like a teacher at school, or safe people to talk to, or someone from CPS, okay? You can also talk to someone like me or a police officer. We're all safe people that you can talk to also, okay? Is there anything that you're gonna do later today after we're done talking here? What color? Okay, do you want to go back to the lobby and finish your coloring? Yeah. Okay, now I need your help with putting these markers back here, okay? All right. Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah.
Did you want to take this drawing with you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna put this away. Okay, and we're gonna turn this off gently, okay? I'll show you how. You hold it down. Now, I'm gonna close this part. So it's easy to be sure. There you go. You can follow me this way, okay? It was nice meeting you.
I know it's a little small on the video, but when Jordan was asked to show what his hand looked like when he hit Mercedes, were you able to see it?
Yeah, she had an open palm.
Pass the witness.
Defense.
Thank you. How long, Ms. Romo, how long after this incident did you leave CPS? Many months or weeks or?
That was February.
It was in February of 2022,
I went on leave in May of 22.
the same year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and up until that time, what actions did you take in regard to what you had just seen?
I continued to investigate the case and let SAP.
I'm sorry, did you say you cleared the case?
I continued to investigate the case and I let SAPD take over the criminal side of the case.
Okay, now, apparently we've heard a couple of comments about CPS being called. Did you ever find out how many times CPS was called on Katrina?
I know it was a handful, but I don't know the exact amount from looking into the case.
And since you had the time to look, how many cases were called on Jose Angel?
That I don't remember, ma'am.
You don't remember?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever bother to look?
Like I said previously, we do look into the cases before we go out on both parties involved.
You're saying we. Who is we?
All of investigators. Before you go out to a case, you look at both parties involved.
So many people at CPS looked into this matter. Is that
Not
right?
into this matter.
I'm sorry?
Not into this matter. I'm saying in general, on any case we get called out on, the investigator will look into the parties involved.
Specifically with this case, because that's why we're here. How many people looked into this case, if you know?
I don't know. I know I did.
You didn't?
I did.
You did, but
Yes,
you
ma'am.
didn't check on Jose.
Yes, I ran both backgrounds prior to going out to the case, but I don't remember in relevance to him.
Isn't it true that you don't remember because there weren't any?
I can't recall, ma'am.
What did you look at before coming here today?
I didn't really look at anything prior to coming here.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke with the district attorneys.
District attorney, yes. Was it the district attorneys that you see in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. when you took Jordan from that child safe place, where did you take her?
I don't recall, but if I would have to say back to the foster home where she was at.
Was this a family member in this foster home or someone else?
It was somebody else that night. The first night we removed her, she got placed in a group foster home and then placed her in a foster home, I believe, within the next week, and then cleared the family the following week.
I'm sorry, what did you say about the family?
Cleared a family member the following week.
Thank you. Do you remember which family member?
Don't remember. I want to say it's Guadalupe.
Excuse me?
Guadalupe.
Was she,
she's a
was
great-
she the
great-
grandmother
great
of
aunt.
Excuse me,
Jordan?
excuse me. You cannot speak over each other. If you speak over each other, the court reporter cannot take it down. All right, ask your question.
Guadalupe, do you remember her last name?
I do not.
Do you recall if it was the grandmother,
No, she's a great, I want to say another great aunt.
a great aunt? It wasn't in the same house as the Homer people, was it?
No, ma'am.
And you know if she's still there?
I do not know.
Because you're not there anymore, but the last time you were at CPS, was she at that home with that particular aunt, Guadalupe?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to add to this that you found out from your interviews that you didn't cover?
No, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused from the state.
Excuse, Your Honor, completely.
All right, the rule has been invoked. That means you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone or view
Excused,
anything.
because
Since you're allowed to speak to our attorneys for the
we
state
used
of
her to
Texas.
destroy what
you.
little case we
State, call your
had.
next witness.
Oh
The
my
state calls
God.
Anthony Adame.
At least the dad tried with Jordan,
Thank you, ma'am.
even though I don't know where, well, she doesn't know where she's at. I don't know where she's at. But that's obvious. I guess I wasn't Mercedes' dad. I don't know that. She just didn't say it. So,
You take a seat here, please.
because I was thinking 5 years old was a little young to have lost both your front teeth. Well, then now we know why. Hamilton,
All right, can you raise your right hand?
you remained
Do
pretty
you
calm.
solemnly
during
swear or
that.
affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, please.
My name is Anthony Adami.
All right, if you'll make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear and the court reporter can hear.
Yes, Your Honor.
State.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adame. How are you presently employed?
I'm presently employed with the Department of Family and Protective Services, Child Protective Services.
Okay, and what is your title there?
I am a special investigator for the department.
So we just heard from Miss Julie Rummel, who is no longer with
Would
the
have been
department.
happier if that's what happened,
How
Stormy.
does your role differ from the role that she had?
So my role is slightly different than what we would call investigators. Special investigators are a specialized unit within the department. Our role consists of assisting investigations with high media cases, child death investigations, any investigation involving serious injuries such as skull fractures, broken bones, severe burns,
Grief.
anything complex with that happens within the department. They assign us to these cases to include cases such as labor trafficking, sex trafficking. We conduct investigations on our own employees. We conduct investigations with law enforcement, and we act as liaisons for law enforcement and all local law enforcement as well.
The horrible things this guy.
What kind of background
Goodness.
do you have? And do you have any background in law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am. I have approximately 6 years in law enforcement. I was a police officer at Belton Police Department, located just north of Austin, Texas. During my time frame with Belton Police Department, I was a patrol officer. Then I
It's pretty
became a
bad.
detective. While my tenure of being a detective, I investigated crimes such as high up as capital murder. I conducted several crimes against children, those types of investigations. And then I also conducted investigations involving child pornography. I also conducted investigations involving felony type cases such as theft, any kind of aggravated assault, any kind of sexual assault type cases. And then I kind of ended there shortly with investigations into drug enforcement as well, also narcotics agent.
Okay.
I think I wonder if the reflection
So
in
up
her glass.
until
Never mind. She's back.
February, well, let me go back. How long have you been with DFPS as a special investigator?
I've been with the department for approximately 4 years and just over 2 months.
Okay. And where were you before that?
At the Belton Police Department.
Okay, so you went straight from law enforcement to be a special investigator with CPS.
Yes, ma'am.
And you stated earlier that as a special investigator, you work with law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the case involving 5-year-old Mercedes Losoya?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you first become aware of the case?
I was on call during this investigation, this particular investigation. I was called out by my supervisor to respond to this child death investigation.
And do you recall the date?
I believe it was on February 7th, 2022.
Okay. And where were you called out to?
I was called out to the Texas Vista Medical Center, kind of south of town, south of downtown,
Okay.
off of Military Drive.
Do you recall who was there when you arrived?
When I arrived on scene, I observed Officer Cahill. I observed Detective Saez, the coworker that I was working with at that time, Investigator Julie Rummel. And then I also went directly to where the child Mercedes Losoya was at. And I briefly recall seeing Jordan Losoya, her sister,
Okay.
and then several medical personnel as well.
What was kind of the first step you did in your investigation?
My focus was geared towards the child death. When I first made contact, it was to make contact with the homicide detective primarily involved in the case. I made contact with Detective Saez. After making contact with him, we entered the room where Mercedes Losoya was lying on a bed.
Okay. Now, as a special investigator, you said that you do respond to children who have been severely abused.
Yes,
Including children who are deceased.
yes.
What is the first step that you do when you go to the scene and you see a deceased child?
The first step that I would do is make contact with law enforcement. If they're not already there, we are contacting them there, but most of the time they are already there before we show up. First is having that communication with law enforcement, because at times that we want to maintain that integrity of their investigation. So after making contact with Detective Saez this particular night, I looked over to him. We were standing right there next to Mercedes Losoya, and I asked, can I go ahead and work towards seeing the entire body of this child? And I was conducting a body check for injuries and anything that indicated abuse or neglect.
Okay. And Why is it important to check for those things?
Because and anytime in a child death, we want to look for all those injuries so that we can kind of list them and see the intensity of each injury and what kind of led to that. And it kind of helps towards the investigative part. What happened? How did these injuries occur? For later on, whenever I'm going to interview the parents or individuals involved in that investigation.
So did you conduct a body check on Mercedes Losoya?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you describe the injuries that you saw?
Yes, ma'am. Starting from the bottom of her feet. At the bottom of her feet, she had red small dots. I would call them like pinpoints at the bottom of her feet. There were several of them. I counted more than 10 of them. On the bottom of her left toe, there was some kind of abrasion of some sort. On her left toe, particularly between her big toe and the toe right next to that, the toes in the middle. So her third and fourth one had no toenail there. And it appeared to be like there was some severe injury to that area, some abrasion of some sort. I don't know if that toe was ripped off or anything of that nature. Going up on her right foot and left ankle, there was bruising. Going up her leg on the left side, on her left leg and her thigh, she had a pattern of markings. They looked kind of straight, and going down her left thigh, and they looked some kind of bruising pattern. She had severe bruises on both sides of her hips. I would say about the size of my hand. She had severe bruising on her buttock area. She had severe bruising kind of near her lower back area. Towards the center of her chest, there appeared to be some bruising there as well. Her left nipple appeared to have been really red and discolored. It was very different from her right nipple.
Oh, gosh.
Her neck had some cuts and bruising as well. Her mouth, when I looked into her mouth, her teeth were discolored. I observed looked like maybe a tooth was missing. She had something underneath her chin, kind of like some, like hers, the skin of her underneath her, like kind of underneath her lip. Looked like something was there. I don't know how to describe it other than like it was just markings all over the bottom of her lip. She had some cuts throughout her face, on her nose, kind of towards her forehead, on her cheeks. Her hair on both sides of her hair, on the top of her hair, she had some length of hair and it was in a ponytail. However, on the side of her hair was thinned out as if it had fallen, or it was missing. It wasn't like a haircut type, like as you see on myself. It was more like bits and pieces kind of throughout her hair.
And he's so descriptive.
And I believe that's pretty much all the injuries that I've seen now.
That was foot to head, and toe to head.
Oh, and I forgot to mention on her arms, she had bruising on her arms, and particularly where her hands were at in this area right here, there was some pretty severe bruising as well.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Me too. It's just so hard. It's like, and that was taxing her feet. I know they were the least of her injuries. I'm just wondering, did he, when the sister said he slapped her feet, were the tacks in there? Did she have to walk on those stupid tacks? Was he pushing them all the way in?
This would be
That's just torture.
What is eight? That's good.
Lady.
I'm gonna show you what's been labeled at this point for identification purposes. States exhibits 10 through 38. Can you look at those and let me know if those are fair and accurate depictions of what you saw that night?
My husband's grandma's name was Ethel. She was a nice lady. A lot better than this one. She's just unaware. She's just so unaware. But you would think the younger fella sitting with her would be aware. I can't imagine. How does somebody that does this kind of a job just go home and do normal things after you see the hell that people put
Yes, ma'am.
children through every day?
You know who took these photos?
Yes, ma'am. I had instructed investigator Julie Rommel to take photographs. Some of these pictures, I can see my own hands in them. I was present and I instructed her to take photographs while I was helping maneuver the body with medical attention.
Your Honor, I'd offer states exhibits 10.
Are you talking about the
No
defendant?
objection, Your
Jackie?
Honor. All right, states exhibits number 10 through 38 are admitted without objection.
And why is it important for CPS to take photos?
During our investigations, we have to collect evidence for our own investigations. And it proves that element of abuse and physical abuse, neglect, those sort of things. So we can prove those later on in court if need be.
So after these photos were taken, what was your next step?
Next step was to assist Julie Rummel, investigator Julie Rummel, in securing safety for the surviving sibling, which was Jordan Losoya. We kind of parted ways in the investigation. Detective Sias had informed me that he would be conducting an interview on Katrina Mendoza and Jose Ruiz at the police department downtown at headquarters. And I asked him if may I be present during that investigation, and he granted me permission to do so. So I followed law enforcement to headquarters at San Antonio Police Department, and Julie Rummel continued on with securing safety for Jordan Losoya.
Okay. Did you ever meet Jordan that day?
I briefly saw her there at the hospital, but if I made direct, I did not make any direct interaction with Jordan Losoya at the hospital.
So were you present when Jose Ruiz gave a statement to Detective Sias?
Yes,
Did you at any time, were you in the room or were you in a different room?
no, ma'am. I was in a different room, in a viewing room, while he was being interviewed by law enforcement.
Did you at any time speak to Katrina Mendoza?
I would speak to Katrina Mendoza later on that evening after she was done conducting her interview with law enforcement.
When you met with Katrina, without going into what she said, was she forthcoming with information?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you speak with her?
I spoke to her approximately 2.5 hours to 3 hours.
Now, the next day, did you continue an investigation the following day?
I would continue the investigation, yes, ma'am.
So what did you do next?
The next step, I believe, was to assist with conducting a forensic interview for Jordan Losoya.
And what is the forensic interview?
The forensic interview is a process for anytime that there is a major event that occurs. It is a place that we take children so they can conduct an interview with experts for forensic interviewers. And it's in a setting that's safe for the children. And that's where we conduct those investigations. So it's in the process of making that happen.
Do the interviewers, are they, do they have any kind of certification or,
Yes, ma'am.
are you familiar with the interviewer in Jordan's case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his name?
His first name is Sam. His last name, I may mess this up, Abrigo.
Pretty
But
good.
I know Sam, we've met each other and had several interviews together.
And why is it important to put a child with a forensic interviewer as opposed to just interviewing them yourself?
It's, the point of it is so that we don't re-victimize that children over and over. They don't have to tell their story or the event to me, law enforcement, to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. They go to one place, they tell their story, it's recorded, it's audio recorded and video recorded. So it's one time they tell their story instead of telling it several times. But overall, to prevent re-victimization.
Okay. So other than, you said you went to headquarters and
Yes.
you went to the forensic interview. Did you go to any other locations as part of this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. I learned that they had resided, that Katrina Mendoza and her children, Mercedes Losoya and Jordan Losoya, had resided for a small period of time at the Henry B Apartments off of Vance Jackson. So one of the steps that I was taking was going back to that apartment to make contact with apartment management.
Okay. And how recently had they resided at Henry B?
Very recent. I mean, at the, I would say days or within that week, they resided at Henry B apartment, the week of Mercedes Losoya's death.
So if there had been some evidence before that it had been a month since Jose had seen the children, with or had lived with them, would that make sense with the evidence that you got from this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find out, was Jose still living at that apartment?
When I went to apartment management, I was advised that he was in the process of moving out. And I learned that he had moved to a different apartment, but I don't believe they had completely cleared out of that apartment just yet.
Do you know whose apartment it was?
I believe according to the apartment manager, the apartment is listed under Mr. Jose Ruiz.
And when you were there, did you see evidence that children lived there?
When I went upstairs, I looked inside and it looked like it had been cleaned, or there was a lot of stuff that was taken out. There was a couple of trash bags outside. And when I go back, I don't recall anything that I seen, such as toys or small clothing to indicate that children had been there.
Okay, and that's fine. When you had gone there, and to be clear,
Hey,
did
Bree.
you go there on your own or did you go with anyone else?
I went there initially on my own, following up on the information that was provided to me by Katrina Mendoza during her interview. When I made contact with apartment management there, they were like, yes, Mr. Jose Ruiz resided here. And then that's when they provided me additional information. At that time, when I found out that they did reside there at some point in time, I did contact Homicide Detective Saez in reference to that newfound information.
Okay. Did you do any other investigation around the fact that they lived in those apartments?
Yes, ma'am. I conducted what we call name surveys, and basically what that is, name and address surveys. It's getting more information about what is happening in a particular location. I conducted this survey with San Antonio Police Department, and basically it is a list of events or calls for service to that particular location. And I also got in contact with a neighbor as well.
Did you see any concerning calls that had been made out to that apartment?
Yes, ma'am. There were several disturbance calls and loud music calls, particularly the ones that were listed as disturbance. I believe one of them indicated that they heard some screaming.
Which neighbor did you speak to?
The couple's name is Gabriel and Gabriella. I might mess up this last name. Yutubi. I had them come to one of our offices located on Nacogdoches Street up in the north side of town. And I conducted an interview with them.
Without saying what they said, were they familiar with Katrina Mendoza and Mercedes Losoya?
Yes, ma'am.
And Jose Ruiz?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we talked about how you went up to the apartment and then you told size. Did you ever actually gain entry into the apartment?
No, ma'am. I looked, the window shades were all the way up. I kind of looked inside and then I called him and he advised that he's coming from downtown and he'll make his way to the apartment. And he told me to kind of hang tight there, don't move, don't leave. And then he showed up at the apartment.
Did you go inside the apartment with him?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
He indicated that he would be obtaining a search warrant.
Are they going to get the cameras? Are they going to find the cameras?
Your Honor, may I first?
Yes.
Sharp.
Yeah.
Gabby, you'd be telling people, get out of my trash.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been labeled states 8 and 9. These were left out of the group that I showed you earlier.
Stop
Is that
sign.
from the night that you saw Mercedes
Oh.
Losoya at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what she looked like at that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I publicly use this one? Or I'm sorry, I'm gonna offer states exhibit 8 and 9.
Was it 8? I'm sorry, 8
8
and 9?
9.
Thank you.
I had skipped them earlier.
No objection, Your Honor.
8 and 9 are admitted without objection.
May I
gonna-
publish?
Yes.
I'm gonna get her one of those big old timey tube things so she can just hold it up there towards the front.
Next question, please.
Yeah, sorry, one turn.
Something. The judge is like, somebody say something.
When you were, okay, so we have viewed the forensic interview with Jordan. In that interview, she referred to thumbtacks. Was that something that was then deemed important in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you went to the Henry B. Gonzalez apartments, did you observe, you didn't go inside, but did you observe any thumbtacks?
Yes, ma'am. When I went towards the front door, outside of the front door, kind of on the wall to the left of the front door, there was a single thumbtack kind of eye level, possibly about 5'6" or so. So I'd say just a little bit taller than me. That's what I observed.
Did you? Um, did you see anywhere else outside?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's I'm labeling as State's Exhibit 39.
Even though it wasn't the same, when she did ask to approach for a sidebar a little bit ago, did you catch the judge said no?
It's just the one photo.
Thank you.
Just hilarious. Just throws them off.
What is this a photo of?
Thumbtack, two
Okay.
thumbtacks.
Were these the two thumbtacks that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would offer State's Exhibit 39.
Any objection? No, Your Honor, no objection. State's Exhibit 39 is admitted without objection.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Even though I know what a thumbtack looks like, I'm glad I don't have to see. I don't want to see these. Just knowing what they were used for.
So at this point, you have spoken to Katrina at length. You have observed Jose's statement. You have observed Jordan's, and you have gone out to the Henry B. Gonzalez apartments. What else did you do in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. We went back to the original location where Mercedes Losoya, Jordan Losoya, and Katrina Mendoza were residing at a new apartment with a friend, Jeanette Mendoza. Their last name is difficult to pronounce.
And did you speak to Jeanette?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there anything troubling about Jeanette?
Yes, ma'am.
What was troubling about her?
The troubling nature was that she had observed some of these injuries to Mercedes Losoya, and that she did not report that to law enforcement or child protective services or any other adult for that matter.
And
Good
so
for
what did
her.
you do with that?
I instructed investigator Julie Rummel that we should open up another investigation primarily on Jeanette. After we spoke with her supervisor, we called in a new intake and conducted an investigation on Jeanette as well
Okay.
for the alleged abuse and neglect.
Okay. And did that investigation end in her in any kind of removal?
I cannot recall at this time.
Okay. That's fair. Okay. So at the end of this investigation, what do you do with your findings?
I take my findings and I present that information to the investigator. The investigator will take that information and will make a disposition with, they'll also discuss that with their supervision and make an overall disposition, whether that's reason to believe that neglect or abuse occurred. And there's other dispositions as well.
As part of your investigation, did you consult with other caseworkers that were knowledgeable of Mercedes Losoya?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were they?
I consulted with Julie Rummel's supervisor at that time, Jeanette Salazar.
Okay.
I consulted with my supervisor, Robert Ruiz.
What about Heather Bryant?
I did consult with Heather Bryant. Well, she was, yes, briefly, she was in one of our staffings.
Are you aware which one of them was the last to see Mercedes?
Yes, Heather Bryant was the last one to see Mercedes.
And at that
For the
time,
department.
at that time, did Heather file any concerns about Mercedes?
I don't recall that.
And by last time, I mean alive.
Yes, a lot.
Do you know how recently that was to when she passed?
I believe Heather had seen her in early or mid-January. So I would say it was within a couple of weeks or so. of her passing.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Your Honor, excuse me. I'm Teresa Conley, Mr. Adame. Your Honor, it's 3:40. You had said that you wanted to close at 4 o'clock.
No, we're continuing.
I'm
Ask
gonna
your
get at least
question.
an hour.
Ask your questions.
Mr. Adame, Teresa Conley. I'm gonna go backwards here.
don't-
With all these, you're saying that
Don't play.
that Miss Heather Bryant saw her a couple weeks before she died?
I would say it's in that
January
January.
2022?
Can
She
he
didn't
answer?
observe bruises or anything?
I can't recall what she wrote on her observations, ma'am.
You can't recall.
I can't recall what she wrote on her observations.
Well, we have old bruises on February 7th. And hair pulled out. So what does CPS do about it then?
If she would have made those observations, she would have made some kind of safety plan or safety intervention, ma'am.
What did CPS do about the bruises that were there prior to February 7th? What did you do to save this child?
Ma'am,
Object, speculation, lack of personal knowledge, argumentative.
All right, counsel, lay the foundation for his ability to answer that question.
So January of 2021, somebody from your department, this Heather Bryant, interviewed Mercedes. To your knowledge, did she do anything to protect Mercedes?
I know that she was actively trying to locate Katrina Mendoza, who left that residence.
Where did she interview them?
She interviewed him at Homer Beltran's residence off of Caspin Point, I believe it is,
And you're saying it was January of 2021.
in that December, January timeframe. But I was not present, man, at those interviews.
Unfortunately,
You were the
Bree.
investigator in charge of all this, right?
No, ma'am, I was the investigator assigned to the death investigation when the death occurred on January or February 7th. So anything before that, I was not actively involved in that investigation, ma'am.
But did you look into what was done before Mercedes' death?
I briefly looked into it, yes, ma'am.
And what is your recollection, if you have one, of when the last time CPS had an interest or interview or contact
Again,
with Mercedes?
that January timeframe.
And to your knowledge, what was done to protect Mercedes from that point?
I do not recall at this time, ma'am.
Don't you think it's important?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, but why don't you recall? We're talking about the death of a child.
Object to argumentative. Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, from the beginning of your cross-examination, you did general police work when you were with Belton PD, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You said in the course of your description of your activities there, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I could make a mistake here, but you said you deal with high media cases.
Yes, ma'am.
So media involvement directs your attention, is that correct?
That's one aspect, yes, ma'am.
Just, I realized it was only one. What do you do particularly with media cases?
Same as all investigations, ma'am. We
Now, this was
conduct thorough
Belton.
investigations.
Excuse me. There can only be one person speaking at a time. You may answer the question.
Same as all investigations, ma'am.
But this specifically was Belton when you referred to the media.
No, ma'am, I was referring to my duties at the Department of Family and Protective Services.
We're calling this interchangeably CPS and Department of Family and, what is it, Family and
Protective Services.
Protective Services, but it's basically the same place,
Yes, ma'am.
commonly called CPS.
And commonly called the department as well, ma'am.
And you've been with them for 4 years, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And you first learned of Mercedes when?
On February 7th,
Not before that.
not before that, no, ma'am.
Even though in January, Ms. Bryant apparently interviewed the family, including Mercedes, at Homer's house. Is that
Object
correct?
Asked and answered.
That'll be overruled. You can answer the question.
That is the history, yes, ma'am.
Most recent history.
It's a history, ma'am.
And once again, I'm old, I don't remember everything. Do you recall any follow-up of CPS after that investigation in January of 2021, 2022, right before she died?
I recall that investigator Heather Bryant at the time was trying to locate Katrina Mendoza. There was some disconnect in communication for a period of time towards the end of her, or towards her investigation in the beginning of our death investigation.
Do you have any recollection of what Heather did as a result of the January 22 interview?
No, ma'am.
You say there was a disconnect.
Object, lack of personal knowledge, he wasn't there.
All right. Excuse me. You can answer the question if you can answer it, but if you were not present, then the objection will be sustained.
It's not present, ma'am.
You weren't present, but is that just isolated? Does CPS have isolated interviews here and then investigators later don't know what happens? Is there any connection within your department as to what is done to protect a child?
Yes, ma'am. We do go back and look at some of that history. But in the beginning of a death investigation, there's a lot of things occurring right at the beginning of that death investigation. So we do go back to that historical information. But initial on that day one, I'm kind of working all those steps that I was talking about earlier, ma'am.
What could have been done to stop this death investigation by
Object-
CPS?
Object to speculation.
Speculation for, may I?
Yes, you want to respond to her objection?
In regard to speculation, how could it be speculation if he was the investigator in charge of this incident?
All right, your objection is overruled.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The objection is overruled.
You can answer that, sir.
Can you ask a question again, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Ma'am, would you read it back, court reporter, please?
What have been done to stop this death investigation of dash objection speculation? That's what I have.
Thank you.
What could have been done?
Object to speculation.
Is there any other objection besides speculation?
Argumentative.
That will be overruled.
Overrule. Answer.
As not being the primary investigator in that previous investigation, cannot respond for that investigation. I was only working on the investigation that I was assigned to, ma'am.
You have basic procedures, sir, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when somebody has an investigation and things were not perfect because there was a follow-up, exactly what is done to save the children who are being supposedly protected by your agency?
Object counsel testifying. Argumentative, lack of knowledge of what happened before her death.
All right, that'll be overruled unless there's another objection.
So to
She
answer
better
your
watch
question,
it.
ma'am,
They'll get her.
when I came into this death investigation, we did just that. We removed Jordan Losoya, the surviving child. So we conducted a removal to keep her safe from additional abuse and neglect.
No.
As a rule, when somebody is investigating, they can't find somebody that interview needs a follow-up. What, as a rule, does your company do to protect the children out there?
We continue to try to strive towards engaging that communication. Maybe there's a miscommunication with that family, but we continue to try to engage that family. But each case is different, ma'am.
This case, again, I'm asking you, what could your company, your CPS, have done to protect Mercedes from being killed by whatever?
Object to Babe.
Whatever.
Object to asked and answered. He wasn't involved in the previous investigation.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
Again, ma'am, I wasn't involved in the investigation previous to me. So I can't account for what happened before me. I can only account for what we did during the course of our investigation. And we did conduct a removal of Jordan Losoya.
Jordan's not dead. Prior to this investigation, I asked you, generally, what does CPS do to protect the children that are in danger? Generally,
Generally speaking, there's probably different plans, such as a safety plan. Maybe we have a family member that will come in and kind of assist with that supervision of the children. Sometimes we do what's called family team meetings, where we bring several family members and collaterals or professionals in and try to talk about the issue. All the way up to removing a child from a home, and probably facing with,
where's
family
Mercedes?
members.
I'm sorry. Was Mercedes removed from the home?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Again, I cannot answer the questions for an investigation that was previous to me, ma'am. I started the investigation on February 7th, when I was notified about the death of Mercedes Losoya. And I've never done a investigation with Mercedes Losoya alive in all my years of being with the department.
I realize that, sir, but you're the investigator at the point of, at least at the point of her death.
Object to
Did you look?
preventative.
She's
Let me hear
definitely,
the question.
she is. I
At
feel,
least at
I
the point of her
agree.
death. Did you do any investigation to find out what had been done to try to prevent the death?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Sustained. Look at her and say it. Like she did you. Hello,
To your
dear.
knowledge, what, if anything, to do to try to prevent Mercedes' death?
Object asked and answered. Object relevance.
Sustained.
You might regret coming back, Adair. I don't know. I have a feeling we're about to see Grandma get some B slaps. She looks at the state and does that.
Who is in charge, follow through on cases that are being investigated?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'd like a ruling on that sustained. please.
Sustained.
Could I have one, know why?
It's not relevant.
It's
The
not
objection
relevant?
to
Who's-
the state's objection was objection relevance. I sustained it. Now, if you want to address as how it's relevant, the court will hear that.
I'm asking, Your Honor, how is it irrelevant?
The objection has been made. The court has sustained it. You may ask your next question, counsel.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't understand why you ruled that it was irrelevant when we're talking about the death of a child and the follow-up of CPS.
All
What
right,
did
the
they
court
do?
has made its ruling. The objection from the state was relevance. If you want to respond to their relevance objection, I will hear it. Otherwise, their objection to relevance is sustained, and you can ask your next question.
When you checked Mercedes' body in the hospital, you said you looked under the clothes, I believe, or the blanket or whatever was on her.
The only thing that she had on was a pair of orange underwear.
But you did check the body,
Yes, ma'am.
and you said that there were bruises of varying degrees of age, severity, etc.
I did not mention anything about bruising and age. I indicated that there was bruises, but I didn't indicate the age of any bruises.
You didn't say that some were earlier or some were more recent, that there were a various range of
recall that,
stages. You didn't say that?
I don't recall saying anything
My
about age
mistake.
because I can't. As an investigator, I would elect to utilize medical professionals to indicate those kind of injuries.
But you looked at Mercedes' body
Yes, ma'am.
and you did see bruises. We've all seen them now with the pictures. Some of them were recent.
Again, I'm gonna elect to have a medical personnel answer that type of question, ma'am, as I am not medical personnel.
Did you notice the color of the bruises? Were some yellow? Were some blue? Were some faded?
I observed that some of them appeared to look like a darker than her hue. I would say kind of like a dark, grayish, black, bluish type color.
Black and blue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And with your observation, was there anything that appeared to be very recent?
Object to ask and answer lack of knowledge.
All right, that will be overruled. You can answer if you can answer.
Object to calls for an opinion.
It was overruled.
That'll be overruled.
She needs.
If you can answer.
No, ma'am, I can't answer that question because I don't know. I didn't know exactly what was real recent.
You couldn't say that it was recent. Didn't you say that you saw blood on her face, her mouth, their teeth were out?
I observed like abrasions where you can kind of see like the red blood on top of those abrasions. Yes.
Okay, and you testified that some teeth were missing. Is that right?
I observed like a tooth kind of near the front that looked like it was missing a piece of it or something in the front.
The
Kinda-
child was 5 years old. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar that children lose their first teeth, their baby teeth at around that age?
Yes, ma'am.
Could that have been the reason why her teeth were missing?
Object to speculation.
All right, if you can answer.
You mentioned too that the teeth were decayed or
There was some discoloration, ma'am.
discoloration.
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of discoloration?
It just looked more yellow, more feels like a yellowish tint than some of the others.
Was it about hygiene that you were seeing, or was it actual wounds?
I would say most likely hygiene or something of that nature, ma'am.
Can't
And
you
you were
like
present
get
at this
accused
child
and
safe interview throughout the whole time, is that correct?
sell it for
Yes, ma'am.
lack of better
And
phrase?
as a result of that, what action did you take?
As a result of the forensic interview, I went to the apartments to try to backtrack where it happened at.
You had never been there prior to the
No.
Henry B apartments.
No,
Is there any record that your company, or excuse me, CPS, had been to that Henry B apartment prior to the incident of her death?
Object to relevance.
All right, that will be sustained.
Was there any indication in your records that Heather Bryant had been to the Henry B apartments prior to the death of Mercedes?
I don't believe so, man.
when you had your interviews with neighbors and people at Henry B, they indicated that they had made reports about loud noise and disturbances. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of the disturbances, was CPS contacted?
No, ma'am.
Why was it relevant for you to testify that reports had been made?
Object to.
Sustain.
She just smiled at her. The state just they're like having a little tit for tat over there.
Steps did CPS take to follow up on Katrina, who was under investigation?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
I have never seen this.
Your Honor, it wasn't relevant that there was a follow-up on somebody who was a known abuser?
Sustained.
I love this judge. Anyway, what are we saying about teeth? Like, I had a nephew that had
Have
a
you,
and it
if you recall, any investigation on Jose prior to the death on February 7th?
I have had no personal investigation with Jose Ruiz prior to the death of Mercedes Losoya.
Was there any investigation that you know of into Jose on Hal Ruiz regarding this family?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything else?
he's like, wake up, anything? It's gonna be hard to get past the
Is
little
it true
girl.
that your actual last interview with Heather Bryant was in January of 2021, not January of 2022?
Objects, misstates.
That'll be overruled. You can answer the question.
January of 2021.
Yes, January of 2021. Did your records indicate that it was January of 2021, not 2022?
I don't recall that, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
State.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Did you see her? She's like, answer the questions. Anyway, my point that I've been trying to make is I wonder if he hit her in her mouth and damaged a tooth, and that the discoloration was coming in because it wasn't.
Okay, I'm gonna show you
Right.
what I have marked with case exhibit number
I might be
40.
completely wrong.
The CPS have a system of keeping notes recorded by different caseworkers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is state's exhibit number 40?
It appears to be some contact narratives, several contact narratives involving Heather Bryant, Tiffany Garland, and Adrienne House.
Okay. Is there an entry from January 19th of 2020, January 19th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there an entry by Heather Bryant from January 19th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this documenting the encounter that has been at issue that Heather Bryant had with Mercedes Losoya?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Heather Bryant notate that there were any injuries on Mercedes Losoya on January 19th, 2022?
This one right here, ma'am, is for Jordan Losoya.
Okay.
And she doesn't notate that there's no observed marks or bruises on her.
Okay. What is the family team meeting?
Family team meeting is basically bringing together parents, grandparents at times, various family members, aunts, uncles. Sometimes we even include medical professionals sometimes, and it's addressing the issue. If the issue, for example, deals with some kind of physical abuse or some kind of narcotic usage in the home, we'll address those out in the open with the family and talk with the family. It's kind of like bringing the whole family together and saying, this is the issue that we have at hand. What can we do to remedy this issue? What needs to be in place to kind of remedy that issue and having an extra set of eyes for that particular issue.
Okay. When CPS is about to close a case, would it be normal for them to have a family team meeting?
It is a common practice, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why would you have a family team meeting?
Before departing the case, we like to bring everyone together to say, okay, before we depart this case, these are our concerns. How, making sure that everybody understands those concerns and that we move forward after that.
Okay. How many family team meetings are there typically in a CPS investigation?
About one.
About one?
Yes, ma'am. Probably two if they want to add another family member that maybe did not show the first one.
Okay. And on State's Exhibit number 40 that I just showed you, it looked like there was contact with the family on that January 19th, 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If a caseworker goes up to the house, are they gonna just talk to one child or will they talk?
If both children are present, they're going to see both children.
Okay. Did Heather Bryant initiate a removal of Mercedes on that day?
No, ma'am.
In fact, she was scheduling a family team meeting for the following week.
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness one more time?
Yes.
Okay.
Wasn't that one?
No, this was the page.
I just looked at the difference. Okay.
She's gonna get up and the state's gonna move her that walker thing that she's got just a little farther back and a little farther back. Be like, come on. Overruled. Overruled.
No,
This one down at the bottom.
this is,
Different from
that's Adrian. That's not, that's a different.
Excuse me, can parties approach now?
You guys just sit back there and chat about it. The judge won't mind. My gosh. Oh, we're gonna close. Ah, I thought we were gonna close that. Well, we're about done for the day. He's like, fast forward over me. I feel like I'm being watched. I shall, sir. I shall. That's the weird thing about this, Stormy. They don't seem to know how to shut their mics off. They use them okay versus the other people that never use them. This poor guy. He reminds me of somebody, and I don't know who it is. I've been sitting here trying to figure it out. He's like, well, let me clean off the jury box here. I dusted it for you, Judge. Oh, it's still dusty. Oh, nope. We're good. Drawn pictures. Erase the pictures. Oh no. Don't start getting weird on me now, internet. More weird. Oh, I think Jerry. Oh, I think she pushed her. I think she did push her on accident. We got to see that. I think she just didn't put the brakes on. Oh. Did she just hip check her? Look at her. She did. I think she didn't do it on purpose, obviously, but I think she bumped her. Because she's definitely feeling bad.
All right, please be seated. All right, state.
Oh my gosh. That's what it looked like.
I was asking to approach the witness.
All right, you may approach.
Okay. I am now going to hand you what's labeled case exhibit number 41, which is. Is this the same document?
This is the time of day the
same
chat usually goes off the rails.
Okay. And does this also document Heather Bryant's contact with the family on January 19th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just looking at this, remind you what her contact was that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so on January 19th of 2022, is there any indication that Mercedes had any bruises of any sort?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and in fact, doesn't she document that she seemed healthy and happy?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
As a result of that,
The defense
healthy
attorney.
and happy, why was she trying to do the follow-up and unable to find Katrina?
It appears that she was trying to conduct a family team meeting with Katrina Mendoza.
It appears.
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
Because it's one of those steps that we take in investigations to bring all the family together to address a concern.
What was the concern at that point if there were no bruises?
Object to lack of personal knowledge.
That'll be overruled.
Diana, excuse me, would you please do that? Miss Diana, read it back.
At this point, if there were no bruises, objection left.
A family team meeting is to address the initial concern that occurred in that particular investigation. Why we got called out to that investigation.
And why was that?
Object to relevance.
That will be overruled.
I'll say it. Say it.
In any particular investigation, we're going to address that initial concern. Now, if other concerns present themselves, we'll address those concerns as well. In this particular situation, it appears that she was happy and healthy and didn't appear to have any bruises, so we're probably speculating she was trying to address that first concern. However, I was not involved in that investigation with Heather Bryant. I came later on February 7th when I was called out to the death investigation of Mercedes Losoya.
This happy and healthy child was dead 3 weeks after that interview. CPS did nothing nothing to stop the death of Mercedes Losoya.
And they didn't
Call for
cause it
question,
either.
Argumentative.
Sustained.
In your opinion, did CPS do enough to try to save the life of Mercedes Losoya?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Did CPS do anything other than what we've discussed to try to save the life of Mercedes Losoya?
Objection vague. Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Was the proper protocol used by CPS in this investigation to save Mercedes?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Could CPS have done anything more to save the life of Mercedes Losoya?
Object to speculation and object to relevance.
Sustained.
As an investigator, is it your requirement to be able to know things like I've been asking you?
Object to relevance. Object to vague.
Sustained.
Is it your job to close the case, or is it your job to help the children?
Object to vague. Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Excuse from the stand.
Defense?
Subject to recall.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. You cannot view anything. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state and the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Make sure that you're available in case you're recalled.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, you may step down.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we're going to take our break for the day because I promised you all that if possible, I would have you out before.
Because Judge Boyd needs a break from all of that. Oh my gosh. We went from heartbreaking to hip checking. I mean, I know she didn't hip check her, but it's funnier if we say she did. Oh, wow. Well, that was day one. So maybe we should all buckle up. Yes. Well, you know, she just had some ponies and some princes try to come get her. I wonder what old Jose, I keep wanting to call him a different name, is passing down to her. It's all their fault. It's all their fault. They made me stick tacks in her feet and put her in the bathtub under the running water and lick her pee. They made me do it because they didn't take her. I'm sorry they didn't take her. That is a bad thing. And I'm not the biggest defender of CPS. They're not all bad, though. And the people that heard stuff and saw stuff and didn't report it, you are on the hook too. So it's not all them. Yeah. I mean, the dad of Jordan tried. I don't like her because I think she's kind of a wackadoodle. I think she should be retired. And Gabby just came in like a wrecking ball. The mom has took a plea. She will be testifying in this trial. She is served. And then they're, according to the defense attorney, and I have no idea if it's true or not, she's facing 45 up to 45 years. He is facing life. So you probably missed, Adair, the sister testifying to the CPS. I don't know what his exact title was, but she wasn't testifying. She was just telling him. He was asking her questions and she was telling him, well, you know, I saw when this happened to my sister. And then he would just be like, well, what did you see? Who was there? What happened? Where did it happen? Horrible things happened to that child. Horrible things. So they both deserve whatever they're going to get. Honestly, I know I keep covering them, but they just keep coming up. A safe place. Yes. I wanted to say child safe, and that just sounded weird. The look on the state's face, though, was priceless. Yeah, that was awful. And the defense attorney, she opened that door all by herself, and the prosecutor was like, beep, beep, coming through. And they did. And just brought the whole thing. Like, I don't know what you wanted out of this, but this didn't help your client at all. She names him. I saw Jose do this. And Jose's just sitting there, listening to it all. He had zero reaction. It is. And childish. Because even as outlandish, outrageous, whatever-ish you want to use for her opening, the defense's opening statement and everything that she tried to pull in that, for the prosecutors to sit there. I know you guys couldn't see it because of the angle, because we are watching Judge Boyd's feed. But go look at, I think it's channel 12. I don't remember the channel, but those prosecutors they are trying not to laugh. So that's not great of them. But her little, yes, and she kind of deserved it though, because she kept looking at her saying overruled, overruled. And then she just looked at her once and said sustained. I'm like, you kind of deserve it, but this is stupid. The judge, I'm surprised she's allowing it. I don't think she will much longer if it continues. Judge Boyd does not mess around, as you guys have seen today. She doesn't have to explain herself. And well, yeah, I mean, there's that too. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I don't know. Maybe. But obviously the defenses, they're just going to try to blame it on the mom. The mom did it all, blah, blah, blah. Well, that was great until the little girl came in and said, Jose. Said his name quite a bit in what we heard. So I'm going to guess that defense attorney maybe had hip surgery or a hip replacement or something. And that's why she's is sitting up and standing up. And it would have been awful. I'm glad she didn't fall down all the way. I don't want that. I don't want anybody to think I want that. I would never want that for anybody. The timing of it could not have been better. It was just funny because she didn't get hurt. And it was funny because of the state's reaction made it even more funny. So I'm sorry. Funny is funny. We'd all be better off if we all laughed a little more. So that's why you should join our chat, because we're funny. Or at least we think we are. All right, guys. That's a long one. That's day 1. We will do day 2 on Friday. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it over the weekend or not to catch up to Monday. I need to see how long they think this is kind of gonna go because I have no idea. So, so maybe one day, maybe Saturday or Sunday. Would be if I'm thinking correctly. Yes. So maybe one day I'll do one this weekend, and so then we're back caught up on Monday. Maybe. I'll have to see what the weekend's got planned for me. St. Patrick's Day, but I'm not going out, so. But you guys all might be, especially you, Gabby. Isn't there like a big St. Patrick's Day celebration and where you are? She might already be gone. Oh, well. Anyway. Oh. Sorry. I thought your city like rolled out the green carpet. Well, do you have to be? It's kind of like Cinco de Mayo. We all celebrate that too. All right, guys. Enjoy the rest of your night. Oh my goodness. All right. I gotta feed my dogs. They're calling my name. Have a good rest of your night. See you guys all Friday morning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, and we will do another day of this crap show that they're calling a trial. So see you guys all later. Be safe. Have fun. Do something fun is what I always say. Be safe and do something fun. Whatever. You know what I mean. I'm tired from last night, so I'm just going to go now. Bye.